Anna, are you right there?
Yes, sir.
And for those who are online, please bear with us as we try to assemble. This is a pioneering project. We thank you in advance for your patience and continue the prayers for us. Thank you.
Right, Hannah, you can start, or Anu.
Sir, am I audible?
Right.
Yes, you are.
Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. Wishing you all a very happy Independence Day. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to this one-day online ID 2020 Management Summit hosted by Marian International Institute of Management and United Nations Association for Development and Peace. Yes, MIIM has always stood in the front line to bring out new events, offering huge platforms and opportunities for students across the globe. We are also thrilled to say that today we inaugurate an open online course, Marian Corsadina, the new offering presented by MIIM, a joint collaboration of MIIM with United Nations Association for Development and Peace to offer multidisciplinary courses worldwide. We would like to take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to this auspicious event. Prayer is the beginning and the end, the source and the fruit, the core and the content, the basis and the goal of all peacemaking. I would like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Ashley Matthews for the prayer song.
Ashley?
Ashley, please unmute.
Make me a servant, humble and meek. Lord, let me lift up those who are weak. And may the prayer of my heart always be, make me a servant, make me a servant, make me a servant today. Even though you were in the form of God, you took the form of a slave. You accepted even on a cross, so God exalt your name. Make me a servant, humble and meek. Lord, let me lift up those who are weak. And may the prayer of my heart always be, make me a servant, make me a servant, make me a servant today.
Here is an appreciate welcome to you all. The keystone man of Marian family, a towering personality, symbol, down to earth with exceptional leadership qualities. All this at this time, we take this opportunity to invite Revered Dr. Reggie M. Cherian for the welcome address.
Am I audible? Hello?
Right, Father.
Patron of Marian International Institute of Management, Dr. Dominic Dixon, Executive Director, UNADAP, Professor Dr. Ridwan Sanjaya, Rector, Catholic University of Semarang, Indonesia, Dr. John Strom, CEO in Tempe, Canada, Ms. Aditi Rale, Director, Cloud Solutions and Tech Strategy, Microsoft, Dr. Augustus Azaraya, HR Leader, IBM, Dr. Christy Fernandez IAS, former Principal Secretary to the President of India. Dr. Z. Hoon Pyo, CEO, Berjaya University College, Malaysia. Advocate Sanjay Pinto, columnist, author, and former resident editor, NDTV. Professor Samson Thomas, Dean, Research and Corporate Affairs, MIIM. Delegate observers, faculty colleagues, and students of MIIM, and all others watching this program on Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. Happy Independence Day 2020, one and all. I'm here to welcome you all to the MIIM UNADAP one-day online management summit and to introduce to you another MIIM UNADAP joint venture, www.mariancoursearena.com, our worldwide virtual learning platform. 24th March 2020, the government of India ordered the first nationwide lockdown for 21 days. At a time when the whole world was wondering about managing in the new normal, the faculty and students of MIIM were closely watching and analyzing the situation. We didn't think for a minute to wait until the lockdown is lifted. We said we are going to go as if the lockdown will never be lifted. So the first thing we did, within a week's time, we upgraded our learning management system, LMS, and our enterprise resource planning, ERP software. We announced no more teaching, learning, business management in MIIM without the best of network connectivity and advanced technology. Another week, while many were either perplexed or taking the lockdown for a very long summer vacation, MIIM faculty, probably the first ones and only ones, announced free online classes to the student community of India. While many were in deep slumber or wondering about upgrading their mobile connectivity, I must congratulate the faculty and students of MIIM. They equipped themselves to give online classes in the most resourceful manner and to take online certificate courses from international universities. We encourage our students to take a minimum of 5 international certifications during the lockdown, and some have taken even more than 50. And now faculty from all over will offer courses on our own virtual platform, mariancoursearena.com. Marian Course Arena is expected to provide a complete virtual teaching learning experience for teachers and students who are dispersed geographically in India and overseas. I'm sure it has the ability to provide affordable education, connecting excellent teachers with students everywhere, and provide engaging, effective content online. It has the strategies to help the disadvantaged children and develop the talent from every nook and corner of the world. We have already started our registration. Around 50 faculty members from India and overseas have already started uploading their courses. We hope it will go beyond 3 digits and 4 digits in the coming days. As the new education policy NEP observes, the quantity of educational institutions is going on increasing, but not the quality. The curriculum that is offered hardly keeps pace with the industry demands. Dire need to shift from an input-centric pedagogical approach to an outcome-based, learner-centric approach to impart holistic learning. We need a focus on outcome-based measures to skill our workforce for the evolving industry trends. There is an urgent need to understand the requirements of the industry and to create specific skill sets accordingly. Developing innovation skills among students should be the focus of education, not just filling them with knowledge. A new education system that encourages students to explore possibilities and find their own answers to questions rather than following the teacher-driven lessons. It's time for technology-driven models such as virtual or blended learning classrooms. If students cannot get from our traditional universities or colleges such an education according to their need, They can get it from online platforms like www.mariancoursearena.com. This is a future shock. This is a virtual university. Here, not all conventional rule of thumb to stay. For example, student-teacher ratio of 20:1 now could be 20,000:1. The market will decide. Industry is going to decide. Is a market for the market. They will move unmovable mountains, I guess. Really excited about the management of future of education post COVID-19. Thanks for being here, everyone, and a very hearty welcome to one and all. Now may invite His Excellency Bishop Jose Pulikel, the patron of Marian International Institute of Management, to inaugurate our prestigious virtual university, mariancoursearena.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
His Excellency, hold on, please, 1 second.
There is amongst us today an obedient servant of God. His priesthood cherishes and upholds the passion of a Christian in every action he attempts or in any virtue he proceeds. We are immensely blessed to have His Excellency Mar Jose Pulikel, patron and bishop of Kanjapalli Diocese, with us here today. His esteemed presence makes this occasion more auspicious. We take this opportunity to invite His Excellency Mar Jose Pulikel for the inaugural address and to inaugurate our Management Summit, an open online course, Marian Coursearena.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Reverend Dr. Rajiv Parur, Principal, Marian International Institute of Management. Professor Dr. Ridwan Sanchaya, Rector, Catholic University of Semarang, Indonesia. Dr. Dominic Dixon, Executive Director, UNADAP. Dr. Johnson Strom from Canada. Ms. Aditya Relay from Microsoft. Dr. Augustus from IBM. Dr. Christy from NADAS. Dr. C. Horn from Malaysia. Dr. Sanjay Pinto from NDTV. Other delegates and observers, students of MIIM, and all others watching this program on social media. First of all, today being the Independence Day of India, I wish you all a very happy Indian Independence Day 2020. Today, I'm very well pleased to be here to inaugurate this International Management Summit and the worldwide online learning platform from the house of MIIM, Marian Coursearena. I remember as soon as the COVID-19 crisis broke out in India, the universities announced suspension of classes. While many were waiting to see what would happen next, MIIM started right away with offering free online certifications to the student community of India. While over 1,000 students attended these free certifications, the faculty of MIIM became pioneers and experts in e-learning. By the same reason, this bunch of proactive men and women of MIIM, perhaps the earliest bird that caught the worm, were all set to float the startup www.mariancoursearena.com to offer a virtual platform for massive open online course at a time when the student community was in lockdown. When the whole world was in need of leveraging massive open online courses on an immense scale to enable millions of youth access high quality education, I am glad that MIIM has taken great strides in the area of making education accessible through digital platforms. MIIM has had to maintain a learning network in the varied and changing environment. But it is not simply the complexity of the situation that makes a great institution. It is how you use the strength of that complexity to build the future. I'm glad that even when we are stuck in a lockdown, MIIM has become a beehive of activity. As I came to know, some 9 webinars on the series Festival of Thinkers, mostly on entrepreneurship to revive a struggling economy, online cultural exchange programs with the students and faculty of the University of Semarang, Indonesia, online management fest, international web conference, and today we have the Independence Day 2020 Management Summit in partnership with UNADAP. Yes, management is about being alert. It's about understanding the changes happening in the environment. It's about finding alternatives. It's about doing the right thing first. Today, I am so glad to introduce MIIM Course Arena, a new offering designed to deliver job-relevant, multidisciplinary online teaching learning experience. I appreciate and congratulate the work done by the entire team of MIIM Course Arena, especially Reverend Dr. Raji Parur, the principal, Dr. Shenil Sebastian, Dean Academics, Professor Chinku Joy, and Professor Bibin Xavier, and the rest of the people. I thank especially Dr. Dominic Dixon, Executive Director of UNADAP, for his keen interest to collaborate with MIIM. My congratulations to everyone connected with this initiative in any capacity and in any manner. With these words, I declare MIIM Course Arena and the Management Summit inaugurated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Father Reggie.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop.
Thank you, Father. Professor Dr. Ridwan Sanjaya, Chancellor, SCU Indonesia. He is one of the professors at Sujopranda Catholic University, Semarang, researcher, web developer, and author of information technology books. He wrote a book, Creating Web Applications with PHP, and was invited to speak at a business opportunity seminar via the mobile internet by Stingberg University, Semarang, and Indo's Multimedia Mobile. He was an active in filing in the Internet Consultation column in the Sunday edition of the Suara Medrika General Daily. He was also an active contributor to the Connect column on the same page. He also formed the writers group Inspiring Writerhood, which coached other young writers in the IT field in Semarang. We're privileged to have you among us today as our guest of honor. We take this opportunity to cordially invite you to address the gathering with your inspiring words. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable guests, Father Dr. Regi M. Syrian Pasor, His Excellency Bishop Mar Jose Pulikau, Dr. Dominic Dixon, Prof. Samson, invited professors, speakers, and all dear participants. Good morning and warm welcome, warm greeting from Indonesia. First of all, I would like to say Happy Indian Independence Day to all of my colleagues in India. It is an honor for me to be here in the Management Summit 2020. I am Ridwan Sanjaya, Director of Sugio Pranoto Catholic University in Indonesia. I'm also a full-time professor of information systems in the computer science faculty. Our university was just lucky because this semester we were able to get through the pandemic with less difficulty. The positive energy of our team is our strength to go through this difficult time. On the other side, the information technology and online learning system, which we have prepared since the past few years, have actually helped us in giving our best service through the online learning management system. Sometimes we also use our readiness in the information technology and system to attract attention of prospective new students. Ladies and gentlemen, from the perspective of computer science, the method that we choose in developing the information system at our university turned out to be the key of advancement. In the popular classical method, people tend to go through process after process with patience. But in the last 4 years, we have been challenged to provide an on-target solution for our institution. We are still sailing on the same ship, but we really have to be more precise with the way we steer the ship. For this challenge, we choose the rapid application development, which requires strong leaders in information technology to embrace the fast development of information system. All of our vice rectors and institutional leaders on campus are the people who have open minds toward the information technology and have strong desire to translate their needs into a system that helps them. Because of this, the need for a new workforce who is expert at programming is significantly increasing on our campus. We also conduct several trainings for our lecturers and administration staffs to make them get used to work with the information system we develop. Although some of our staff are still in training and there are some challenges here and there, we never stop the process of developing and improving the information system, especially in the case of online learning system to solve the current situation. New system always requires adjustment, but we believe when we share the same spirit to achieve our goals, nothing is too difficult to achieve. Supported by existing infrastructure, we believe we have been on the right track to the final solution. In the rapid application development method, each selected expert is an evaluator for simultaneous improvement. The improvement should not wait for the user reaction. The selected expert must be able to transform every challenge into a better working system. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now facing unusual situation which requires an uncommon approach. Many things can change in the near future. To some extent, swift action in providing on-target solution requires fully dedicated leaders who lead with all their hearts. It is challenging, but it is not impossible. We just need to get out of our comfort zone. When we ask to change now, it is indeed difficult. But when we are asked to change, when we don't have any choices, it will be much more difficult. Finally, I wish you a fruitful conference. Thank you and God bless to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Anu, are you there?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. A spiritual philosopher and a disciple of Jesus Christ with the aim to alleviate poverty and suffering in the broken world. Dr. Dixon is the Executive Director of UNADAP with over 15 years of international experiences in social justice, international law, humanitarian and diplomatic practice. Expertise in advocacy and external relations with the activism in governmental advisory for foreign and public policy in sectors of the United Nations, international organizations, and civil society organizations. Dr. Dixon was a director with CIFLA stationed at the UN offices in Vienna, exceptional writer and oral communication skill with proficiency in the drafting of resolutions, organizational constitutions, reporting case studies, and research. Interviewed in over 36 countries for advocacy on matters of justice and peace in national and international law. It is an extreme honor to have you among us today, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you to take the section today on India First Public and Foreign Policy.
Thank you, ma'am, for that elaborate introduction. I'm quite unworthy of such an eloquent introduction. I'm just an ordinary human being, just wanting to serve God, wanting to serve God's people. A very happy Independence Day to each and every Indian citizen. Indeed, we live in a global economy, in a global world. The world has shrunk. So independence for one nation is an independence for the world. Jai Hind. I want to thank Father Reggie, the principal of MIIM, for this the initiative and this joint venture of the online learning platform. Now, learning has always been close to my heart. The reason why learning has been close to my heart is because I've come from a poverty-stricken background. And I want to say hello to the bishop who has seen many people in poverty. And I'm sure as a bishop, he has encouraged academics to poverty-stricken people. A very warm welcome to the other panelists, a very warm welcome to the participants. And for those who are going to be watching this or listening to this in the future, I want to welcome you. As I was saying, I come from a poverty-stricken background. I dropped out from school when I was in grade 7. Correction, I was kicked out from school after failing twice in grade 7. And this is the thing. I wasn't kicked out of school because of being an unintelligent child, no, but because I had domestic issues at home, which teachers did not understand that a child could suffer from certain issues. I had an attention deficit. The situation at home was quite volatile, and no teacher was willing to understand that situation. So long story short, I went out and I got myself an education, and I studied at an institution called SIGA, Salesian Institute of Graphic Arts. And there I excelled because that was instrumental learning. That was integrated learning. And nation building comes from integrated learning. I want to give a preface on what nation building is. So the title of my talk today is India First, Nation Building. According to the Montevideo Convention, what defines a nation is this: a population, a territory, government, and sovereignty. Now, in international relations, its four basic credentials. The four basic credentials are nationalism, territorial integrity, sovereignty, and a legal equality. Now, education is one of the most important aspects of building, of nation building, because I've seen over the years that families in poverty, when they educated one of their children, the child eventually got a good job and the family was alleviated from poverty. So education is a prime focus. Now, it means educational or development of education. When I talk about education, in this context, I'm talking about the development of education, not mere education per se, but the development of education. You know, when I was dealing with a prominent bank in the nation of India, I have an eye for irregularity. So I spoke to the CEO and I made the statement and I said, many of our students who finish business school and come into the workforce, our Indian students are trained to be clerks and peons, but not as executives. That's the unfortunate thing of our business schools today. Why does the person who finishes a business school has to take an additional course? Why does the person who finishes his or her Bachelor of Engineering, they have to take a separate set of courses? Why? You know, for a very long time, I keep saying this, for a very long time, the Indian education system has taught us to get into the marketplace as workers. I want to reiterate this. For a very long time, the Indian education system has taught us to go into the workplace as workers. Now, our students are going into the marketplace as entrepreneurs. We have seen a whole set of entrepreneurs today. Those who have gone to business schools, those who have gone to finishing schools, those who have not gone to any schools. You know, that's the new vision that India is shining. India is shining. You know, in a civil sense of nation building, a nation that wants to build itself must allow the participation of civil society and develop democratic state institutions that promote welfare. Democratic state institutions that promote welfare. Education must not be an institution of high profitability. And I'm going to ensure this with you. The MIIM UNADAP online platform, learning platform, is not going to be a platform for anyone to make a profit. It is going to be a platform where you as a young person come in and say, I want to learn. And I'm going to give you a personal guarantee. I'm going to ensure that you get that learning. That is why one of my flagship courses that I've taught in over 30 countries, called the Masterclass on Emotional Intelligence in International Business, I have placed that course on this platform with a 90% discount. I wish to give it 100%, but the 10% goes towards the administrative costs. I believe that education must not be an institution of high profitability, but a noble institution of welfare for the well-being of educating its citizens. And what better way that MIIM and UNADAP on this online course arena give you that? I want to touch on foreign policy and nation building. Foreign policy and nation building promotes the virtues of a strong central security forces. You know, we wonder why the government has to purchase a mechanism to protect the integrity of the nation. In foreign policy, a country promotes the virtues of a strong central security force, a democratic governance, a free market economy, and a free press, and an active civil society. And this is where you come in as a student, being an active civilian in society. Therefore, I want to make this point crystal clear. Therefore, when India protects its borders, it is in fact protecting the integrity of its borders. India is protecting you and me. Look what happened to Europe with the terror infiltration. Europe did not protect its borders. It opened its borders to infiltration. And I stand with India on protecting the sovereignty of its borders. Europe has been infiltrated so much that parts of Europe today look like an Arabic nation. I live in Europe 6 months in a year, and I know what it's like. You know, I wish that people, instead of being politically correct, they strive to being correct as it is. And you, young person, You who are in college today, you are at the universities today. I want you to understand the true meaning of university, which is the unity in diversity. And the youth, what role does the youth play in nation building? You have the power to help a country develop and move towards progress. Do you hear me? You have the power as a young person to help the country to develop and to move forward. It is a responsibility for bringing about social reforms within a country. It is not about you going in the morning to college, going back home in the evening and studying. No, any Tom, Dick, and Mary can do that. But what are you doing for your country? The youth of a country determine the future of a nation. And I want to reiterate this again. The youth of a country must determine the future of a nation. And you, young person listening to this message today, it is my appeal to you that you love your country as you would love your own mother. Serve Mother India as you would never dishonor your own mother. And the point I want to make is this. The sovereignty of India is never about a political party. The sovereignty of India is never about a political party. I am not affiliated to any party. I'm not affiliated to any political party, but I have working relationships across all parties because my interest is in nation building. You look at the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was one of the most powerful nations because they were devious. The Soviet Union, that's called Russia today, the Soviet Union was one of the most powerful nations because they were devious, they were determined, and they were directional. They knew where they wanted to go. But the direction was wrong. You see, you can know where you want to go, but your direction may be wrong. Why did the Soviet Union collapse? The Soviet Union collapsed because of godlessness, atheism. They became their own gods. And when they failed themselves as their own gods, when the humanistic gods failed, they had nowhere to turn to. You see, if you are your own right, what happens when you're wrong? You wouldn't know it because you become your own God. India has always been a tolerant nation. We are a religious nation. We are a pluralistic nation to live in harmony as brothers and sisters as we have. And India has always been a tolerant nation. And we are a nation that was always provoked by external forces and sometimes by internal fringe elements. It takes each one of us to make a nation successful. A nation is not successful by the mere dollar value or by the GDP value, but by how the government treats its people and by how the people respond to their government. In my opinion, a government is not successful by the GDP value, but by how a government treats its people and by how the people respond to their government. India truly is a land of opportunity, especially in this time and age, where an insignificant man who had no political or dynastic backing or background became the Prime Minister of India, and he went on to win a second term. India truly is the land of opportunity. If Prime Minister Modi, who had no dynastic background, no godfather in politics, worked himself up from way at the bottom, you and I have an opportunity to do so. You and I truly have an opportunity to achieve, to excel in what we are. Dream. What was the American dream?
The American dream was a buzzword of the 20th century, where every American was given an opportunity for success, hard work, and sacrifice. I think I went off air.
The American dream was a buzzword of the 20th century, where every American was given an opportunity for success through hard work and sacrifice and have a quality life. But the American dream was abused. People lost focus of what the American dream was, where they went into greed. There are people who want to drive cars such as BMWs or Mercedes-Benz, but they feel inferior to drive a small car. Your image is in your creator. Your image is not in the car that you drive. I've driven the fastest of cars, the most costliest of cars, and let me tell you this, I do not feel any bigger than I actually am if I drive in a small car. Fellow Indians, today I present you the Indian dream. In the land of opportunity, as India poises as leader and a nation to reckon with. India is a leader for all nations today. You may not see it, but we are leading, we are paving the way for nations to follow. And India is a nation to reckon with. China knows it, the United States knows it, Russia knows it. We are a nation to reckon with in the 21st century. But the Holy Bible says in Proverbs 14:34 that righteousness exalts a nation. Righteousness exalts a nation. As a true Indian, I want you to listen to this carefully now. As a true Indian, your pride and honor for India must not come after India becomes great. Your pride and honor for India must not come after India becomes great. No. India must become great because you are the pride and honor of India, that you stand and represent the country. I've stood at the United Nations and I stood for my country, India. I've stood on global platforms and I've stood for my nation. Yes, we are learning. Yes, we are a growing country. Yes, we have our frailty. Yes, we have our shortcomings. But India is a sovereign nation, a powerhouse in the 21st century. You know, we are so caught up with defending rights that we have stopped doing what is right. We have so many protests, so many rights to protect our religious faith. Does God need us to look at what happened in Bengaluru with the rights? God does not need us to defend him. A thinker says the Bible is like a lion. You set it out of its cage and it will defend itself. Why do we need to go and cause riots? There are more wars that have been fought because of religion. We are so caught up in our rights that we have stopped doing what was right, which is to put human life at the pinnacle. The right to be a good Indian citizen, we have forgotten that. The right to be a good neighbor, the right to honor the integrity of our nation. And that is why there's so much of corruption, because we do not want to live a righteous life. You know, in the recent times, India has been hammered for persecution of minorities. Which country has not been guilty of that? Tell me. It beats me when before that, I want to talk about community development. It beats me when an Indian says that he wants to go to the US for community development. There have been people who say, my own friends, I said, I'm going to do my master's, my doctorate in the US, and then they stayed back after using the Indian resources for 16 years of education. Why? After you've used the resources to learn and study in India, you now want to develop the US that calls itself as a developed nation. while calling India as a developing nation? I challenge you. I challenge you, work in India. I can live in virtually any country that I want because of my background. But I chose to live in India. And even if I live in another country, I will work for my country. Before we Indians follow the misguidance of the United States that colors India with a saffron brush, the US first needs to take a look at itself. India is dealing with the criticism from the US. The United States Commission on Religious Freedom, USCIRF. The USCIRF is interfering with the sovereignty of the nation of India. I know a few of my American friends are there, and I've spoken to them before this, and they have agreed with what I'm saying. The USCIRF is interfering with the sovereignty of the nation of India. And by the way, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, has nothing to do with this. It's a commissioned entity prior to Donald Trump. Even Donald Trump has not vouched for what the USCIRF has said. They are interfering with the sovereignty of the nation of India by suggesting in its document, by calling India as a nation of particular concern, keeping us on the level of terror nations, that they have the audacity to say that the US government needs to allocate funding to support civil society to create a monitoring and early warning system in partnership with police to challenge hate speech and incitement to violence. The United States, mind your own business. Take the log out of your own eye. Let me chastise that, all right? A brief response to the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. My response is, you look in the mirror of persecution, of the police state, of the genocide that is prevalent in the United States, and yet the US refuses to remove the log in its own eye, but magnifies the speck in the eyes of India. 1.3 billion Indians refute this. Let me tell you point number one, mass incarceration in the US. At the dawn of the 21st century, 1 in 3 black boys and 1 in 6 Latino boys were projected to go to jail or prison for a lifetime. This is a study. 1 in 3 black boys, 1 in 6 Latino boys were projected to go to prison for a lifetime. Are we forgetting about the recent killing of Mr. George Floyd, an innocent black man, by a white cop, where he said, I cannot breathe? Point number two, law-crazed United States. They want to derail a president who stood for the truth. I don't agree with everything that Donald Trump does, but Donald Trump is a friend of India. And a friend of India is a friend of me, is a friend of UNADAP. Law-crazed United States incarcerates more of its citizens than any nation in the world. Point three, the United States has 5% of the world's population. The United States has 5% of the world's population, but nearly 25% of its prisoners. Police state US imprisons 2.2 million Americans. And you know why they, like Dr. John Strom said, they imprison more and more people because the prisons in the United States are privatized. They use prisoners as laborers for their profit. And yet, the US civil organizations accuse India and Bangladesh and third world countries of poor labor. The US has a history of genocide, slavery, lynching, and racial segregation that is still prevalent with African Americans and people of color that are marginalized. They are disadvantaged and disproportionately impoverished. The justice system is infected with racial bias and a presumption of guilt that has led to unjustified police violence against Black and Latinos? What about the crime against humanity when the US arbitrarily attacked Iraq against the advice of the United Nations in violation of the articles of Ariswa of intentionally wrongful acts? We Indians are building a nation. We have our indifferences. Here's an icing on the cake of what happened in December 2018. Police officers at a Florida elementary school arrested an 8-year-old boy who had allegedly hit his teacher. The cops came, they arrested, they handcuffed the poor boy. 3 feet tall boy. The handcuffs wouldn't even fit him. The mother of the boy said that the boy was arrested, an 8-year-old boy arrested, taken to jail. He was fingerprinted. He was DNA swabbed, and his mugshot was taken that day. This is heartbreaking. Imagine if this 8-year-old child was convicted. He would have been a felon at the age of 8. Do you think he would have become a virtuous person post that? He would have become one of the worst criminals. And the worst part is this was a special needs child. We don't do that in India. We love our children. Nation building, my edification to all of you listening today is work towards building your country. And what better way through education? In closing, I want to read a poem by Ernest Yabora. Listen to this carefully. What shapes the best in us dies when the best education dies. You see, America, with all its education, with all its profound laws, has become profane in justice. You can have all the laws in the world. You can have all the education in the world. C.S. Lewis once made the statement and he said, you take a boy who is stealing nuts and bolts from a railway station and you send him to college, he will finish his education and come back and steal the entire railway station. So education per se will not elevate poverty, but a righteous education will. What shapes the best in us dies when the best education dies. The best in us shall always be undermined when they that are responsible for shaping the best in us are always undermined. I stand for a different education where students will not just learn books, but learn life. I stand for a different education where students will not just learn moral principles, but they will be living examples of moral principles. I stand for a different education where students don't just understand what they learn, but practice what they learn with understanding. I stand for a different education where students will not just learn about people of different beliefs, cultures, and backgrounds, but how to live with people who don't share common perspectives with them and know how to share their emotions of bitterness and misunderstanding in their right emotion. I stand for a different education where students will be perfect ambassadors of God on earth. I stand for a different education where students will be perfect ambassadors of God on earth and live their daily lives with all due diligence. I stand for a different education where students will understand why we all breathe the same air, sleep and awake each day in the same manner to continue the journey of life. I stand for a different education where students will learn with inspiration even in their desperations. I stand for a different education where teachers are seen as true epitome of education, but not arresting children when they need love. I stand for a different education in which the value of the teacher is well understood and the teacher is well valued as a treasure. I stand for a different education where students will not just learn, but they will reproduce great and noble things with what they learn. In closing, I stand for a different education where students will understand the real meaning of integrity and responsibility, and with true courage and humility, be that as much. I stand for a different education where education means creativity. Beloved Indians, education is the spine, it says, in every nation. Education is the spine of every nation. The better the education, the better the nation. The mediocre the education, the mediocre the nation. A good nation is good because of how education has shaped the perspective and understanding of the populace. A nation doesn't know where it is heading towards, must ask the machine that produces the populace who drive the nation, which is education. Until we fix our education, we shall always have a wrong direction and we shall always see a wrong nation. In closing, my dear listeners, the right education produces a right nation. I want to thank you for this opportunity that I was able to share with you. I want to thank you for listening. My time is up, and I wish you all the very best, and I encourage each one of you to enroll in my course which is a masterclass on business intelligence in international business, emotional intelligence in international business. I want to thank you. God bless you. Stay safe.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic Dixon, for the enlightening words from you. I think we can expect maybe at least 1 or 2 questions maximum because of the time.
Go ahead.
Okay. And if any question, you can unmute yourself and ask the questions.
Good morning, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
You are. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, sir. So first of all, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. It was truly inspiring, and the significance of education, you really explained it well. So my question is, in between, you mentioned about the brain drain that is happening in India, right? Like the Indian students are preferring to study abroad, or they are planning to move abroad to work and all. So what do you think is the reason for this? And how can we improve this, or how can we stop the brain drain, and at the same time how can we make the foreign students come to India for education and work purpose?
All right. Yeah. See, the brain drain, as you put it, happened because of the export of Indian human resources to the United States. The influx of foreign education was not there earlier. The influx. See, I studied in the West myself. I studied in West. I've studied in Europe, but for me, see, it is where your heart is. What India needs to do is promote well-being in the country, because you look at the quality of life that's outside. See, India has a population of 1.3 billion, and the United States has a fraction of it. So we are heavily populated. And we are a developing nation because we are an ancient country. Development takes time. But now, what is happening is when we have institutions of higher education, not just with the IIMs or the IITs, but with institutions of higher education like MIIM, even the online course arena, we are giving people the luxury to get a higher education from the comfort of their homes. Now, when people, we also have to bear in mind that when an Indian student travels abroad, it's not a blanket statement, but in my own experience of talking to hundreds of students, a lot of students study abroad so that they could settle abroad. Why? Because America has offered them the American dream. But the American dream, but not too many people know how much you got to suffer to work really hard. You go and knock on a neighbor's door and ask him for a cup of water. He will welcome you with a gun to your head. You go to India to a neighbor's door and ask for a glass of water, you will be given a plate of rice. So the compassion that we have in India is unmatchable. Look at Father Reggie. So many years in the United States. He's back in India. So many years of me living abroad. I live half of my life abroad, but I serve my country no matter where I am. And I will serve my country till my last breath. And like I said, it's not about a political party, but it's about the sovereignty of our nation. It is unless you're convicted that you want to serve in the nation of India, you will never come back. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Yes, I've got one more question. Can you answer that?
It's up to the moderator. I can answer any number of questions as long as the moderator accepts. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sir. So you mentioned about integrated learning, different education, right? Do you think the national education policy enables that? National Education Policy 2020.
That's a question that
What's
you
your
need to ask the Union Minister. But that being said, though there's a fixed curriculum, or though, I think it's going to be unified now, though there's a curriculum, I have actually spoken to the government and I said, look, we got to reduce the academic load on our Indian students. I hated academics. Believe me, I hated academics. You give me something technical to do and I would excel in it. You know, so that is why my teachers, when I dropped out of school and they saw me like years later and they said, are you really the same Dominic Dixon who was a rascal in school? I said, well, I still am a rascal, but now I'm an educated rascal. You know, it's because of the integrated learning that I was exposed to. And I believe that if India is going to play a vital role, then we need to have integrated learning where we reduce the academics and increase the practicality in our education system. So I think it takes the government a listening ear to listen to what is mandated in the 21st century.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I can take 2 more questions if you'd like, Professor. Anu Sebastian, you're on. Are you asking a question?
No, she's into the.
No, sir. I'm.
I think seeing no questions, I think we'll move forward with the next session. Anu.
All right.
Thank you,
Professor,
sir.
Before we move forward, the 10 observers, the 10 angels, are they there? Are they online?
Yeah, they are there. This is one observer who asked you a question right now. Okay.
All right. Dear observers, I want to thank you for being a part of this. I made sure that we have 10, Father Reggie and myself were fighting the entire night as to how we're going to get the 10 observers, because I believe in the adage that goes, you educate a woman, you educate a generation. Okay? And all through my career, I've always promoted women. I have 70% of female staff officers in my organization. And 10 observers, I want you to observe how we are performing. And I want you to advise us with a report as to how best we can empower women in academics first and then as professionals. Because unless you do well in academics, can you do well professionally? And outside of academics, outside of professionalism, I want to tell you that we honor all women. And women, pay attention to this 10 observers. Women are going to lead the way for India forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next. Dr. John Storm, CEO, Int MPE Group. Dr. J.M. Storm holds 2 doctorate degrees and an industrial instrumentation degree. Dr. Storm has worked with high-tech alloy foundry in the USA Standard Alloys. He is an active globally with a solid customer base in many countries. Dr. J.M. Storm dedicates his spare time into physical and spiritual needs of many in third world countries. So let me welcome you to take the section on the fire will of man.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity and the invitation to speak at this very prestigious, important event for India and beyond, not just India, but many countries, as we saw from Malaysia earlier. And I'd like to address my remarks to the Management Summit presented by MIIM International Institute of Management and also UNADAP and its governing body under the guidance of Dr. Reggie Pazur, Principal, and Dr. Dominic F. Dixon, Executive Director of UNADAP, and to the esteemed chief guest and to the fellow speakers and to this great nation of India on your 74th anniversary of independence. I greet you from the nation of Canada. May your labor of love for all of humanity be a tenfold blessing for all. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this very timely, important summit. As I have listened to other speakers, especially Dr. Dixon, I have made some notes other than what I had made already for my presentation. However, I will stay on focus. Being a Christian businessman internationally for more than 45 years, traveling many countries, I will try to keep my remarks focused to the moment at hand. Going back to education, my father wanted me to have a technical education where my mother said only a general, but my father recognized the skills of my mind and the skill sets of my hands. And today I am an industrial engineer, mechanical, industrial, electrical, electronics, digital, many different types of facets or skill sets within the industrial community, having had worked with the NASA Space Center, Kennedy Space Center, working with high-tech industrial companies like ExxonMobil, Dow Chemical, Alcan Canada, Kaiser Aluminum, many different countries around the world. And have had the privilege to travel for the last 45, 50 years to several developing countries, such as India, such as China, such as other Middle Eastern countries, and also in Europe. So I come perhaps with a wholly different perspective than some of our speakers here tonight. I do understand the importance of education, but education must not just be to educate. Education must meet industry demands. What are the demands of industry? I can remember when I went to college in Toronto, Ontario, after the course is finished, there was a group of potential hiring companies. They sent representatives to our graduation ceremony, and then they interviewed the graduates because they had invested their time into the curriculum of the school. And so the graduates coming out of the school were able to adapt to the industry needs, the shortcomings of other institutions not providing proper curriculum to meet the needs of Canada, a growing country, sorry. And so it's very important. And I also have very extensive experience in Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, and saw and worked with many graduates there in Nairobi, traveled the country quite extensively. And they talked also then about the brain drain, why the people are leaving Kenya. The reason was because there was a disconnect between industry and schools. Schools did not know what industry needed. Industry was not creating the opportunity for the graduates. So the graduates had to leave, not because they didn't love their country, but because there's no opportunity, no connection. Another example of this is in China. I've spent more than 35 years traveling China. In fact, the first time I went to China, I had seen a vision in prayer in Toronto, Ontario. And while praying early in the morning with another brother from England, we were at a conference, and the Lord opened a vision, and I saw myself sitting on a rickshaw with Chinese people all around me. And I come out of that time of meeting with the Lord and came to the understanding that for some reason God is sending me to China. And so, but I can tell you many stories about that, but for sake of time, I'll tell you just one. And that is that the elderly people, when they're at retirement age in industry, don't retire. They stay on active lower financial planning, etc. And they train the graduates coming out of the schools and colleges into the environment who are bringing new ideas, new technology, new understanding, but have no discipline of how to use that understanding. So they would stay with them. The elderly would pass on their experience, and the new people would bring in their new technologies and ideas and join the two together so that the brains of the aged and those that had learned was still vitally important to the development, as we know and you know, which has been unprecedented over the last 35, 40 years. So just a few points in that area. So it's very important, the impartation from the old to the young in the business community, in the working area where they will use their skills that they're learning in your colleges and schools. Very, very important. And the other important thing is to connect the opportunities, make opportunities for your graduates, teach them classes and education and things that there is a shortage of demand in your country, and there's opportunity for their skills to be used with proper compensation for that. Very, very important. But my remarks concerning where we are and these things, I want to speak to you about a recent article I read, which was published by Mr. Gordon, M.N. Gordon, who is president and founder of Direct Expressions, LLC, an independent publishing company. He's the editorial director and publisher of the Economic Prism. And in an e-newsletter that brings clarity, his article was The Muddy Waters of Economic Policy. The Muddy Waters of Economic Policy. And that kind of got my attention and started to dwell on that and prayerfully think about it and try to present something to this prestigious event that would be of use to you. And so in his remarks, he said, we as a community, a global community, we're heading to a complete financial, moral, and political collapse. Moral, financial, and political collapse. And so that kind of stuck in me, and I see it as Dr. Dixon rightfully talked about America, but I also see it in other countries also as well. I saw India my first travels to India were back in the early 1900s, and have seen the development of the inclusion and the infiltration into your systems and into the hearts of your young people, particularly in Bangalore, a global community, the things that have transformed Bangalore from being more pristine and just a different type of people is sinking there now because of the impact of foreign philosophies and ideologies and those kind of things. So there has been a great change in your country because of foreign input, not necessarily all of it bad, but a lot of it not so good. So we have to, as educators, and I'm in the education business, we do have a university, MITU, Meet International Theological University as well. So I understand the necessity of education. And I do understand that education has to be adapted to the need of the community of the day we live in. Very, very important. To understand the nature of events present in our world and correct them, we must understand, first of all, the nature of mankind. What better way to understand the nature of man than through the utterances of our Creator? In Proverbs chapter 29, verse 2, it says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. And there's a lot of mourning going on in many countries, Yemen, I could name a lot of countries, a lot of places, a lot of situations where people are really mourning because of the greed and the other things that are taking over and the laws that are not being enforced or enforced only on certain parts of our populations and privileges to the elite and these kind of things. There's a lot of things happening today because I do believe there's a lot of wicked people in authority bearing rule. Amen. Mankind was given free will, the power of choice, the likeness of his creator. Genesis chapter 1:27. Man was given free will, but where did that go? It's been taken from man. I can remember a time ministering on the streets of Florida, and we were in a drug area ministering on the streets. We had musicians and things, just evangelizing. And it was a zero tolerance hour that happened. The police come in from all over the place, many cars, stopping everything that moved. And after a while, the director of that SWAT team, or that people that came in, they came to me, the officer in charge came to me and he said, "Sir, we know what you're doing is what will clean up this community. Because if the heart isn't right, man will go back to his old habits and ways." And they said they knew what they were doing would only last 3 or 4 days. But what you're doing to the work in the heart of the people is what's really needed in our communities. So having these thoughts and understanding in my mind and bringing to you, I hope, an understanding of the importance of looking at the humanity side. We have, for every wrong move and every this and that, we've tried to legislate and we've tried to religioslate away the dignity of man. The masses of people are legislated so much, trying to control. That's why we're seeing the outbreak of so much tyranny and things that are happening in our communities. I see one big mess happening in Bangalore recently, also in New York, also in Boston, also in other parts of the world, recently in Italy, recently in France, and now in UK also things are happening that are because legislation alone and religioslation does not change the heart of man. What man needs is the gospel. They need to see an example. Hallelujah. So we've legislated trying to correct our problems, and we legislated. We say this, but don't do it. We put heavy burdens upon them, as the Bible teaches, but we ourselves, as the Lord said to the Jewish people, you won't bear these things yourselves. You put hard things on the people, religious things, teaching the doctrines of men, not the commandments of God. Amen. And so taking that thought a little further in Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 14 to 16, there was a little city, a few men within it. And there came a great king against it and besieged it and built great bulwarks against it. Now there was found in it a poor wise man, and he by his wisdom delivered the city. A poor man, an unknown man, an unshackled man, a man free will, had the free will to express and to give. He had perception how to correct the problem. And we need people with perception to be able to understand beyond the mechanics. Let's go into the heart. Let's go into where it's really at. Beyond the mechanics of things, doing this and doing that. Well, this is right, that's wrong. Amen. We do need laws, but we also need understanding of what works and what doesn't work. And that can only come from the free will of man's heart. And so he delivered the city, yet no man remembered that same poor man. And there are many wise among us today, but we don't remember them because we look at the value of man through money and position and education, and we esteem those people. I was a little boy in turmoil. And for me to come into to the life that I have now is a divine act of God and a praying mother, a praying mother. The poor masses of mankind have become suppressed. They have. Look around you. They're suppressed. Look at the act of unkindness recently in your own country. When those that were very poor, the workers that dig the gold, we use a saying, they dig the gold for the rich and powerful, but they themselves are worth nothing. There are many people in your own country doing that, digging the gold for the rich and powerful. They died on the roads, walking back to their homes. The impoverished, one woman had a baby on the road. These things not well thought out. Amen. And I'm not against it. I love India. In fact, in 2014, we had an event where I raised the flag so proudly, standing beside a young boy that was so kind, standing there as one of your esteemed legislatures of your country. The poor masses of mankind have become suppressed to being not much more than a couch potato. We have taken away the free will of mankind. And I thank this institution, I thank Dr. Dixon for the desire to change this, the desire to make it what it ought to be. And I'm glad that the scriptures have been mentioned. I'm glad that there's that thought in the mind of the most dignified people here today. Marion International Institute of Management and UNADAP will, with all of us, can make a difference. There's 4 points that I'd like to bring on that subject. Unshackle the little people by first listening to their God-given divine nature and work righteously to fine-tune their skill sets. Work righteously with them. The second point, enable and empower them to stand in the king's palace to effect legislative change by wise counsel. Was that not Daniel and the 3 little boys with him? They were enabled and empowered to stand in the king's palace. And they were in captivity. They were in bondage in Babylon. To effect legislative change by wise counsel. The little man, the poor man. Point C, bring back into our centers of worship pure, true righteousness by example. Let me say it again. Bring back into our centers of worship pure, true righteousness by example. And the fourth point, give to your fellow citizens without expecting any recognition or anything in return. Give, just give, and it shall be given to Marion and all the undertakings of UNADAP and all of us together. Give, just give. The nature of untainted man, the nature of untainted man is the nature of God, who desires us to live in peace and harmony, the free will of man whom he was created to be. The free will, to use our intellect, to use our strengths, to overcome and subdue the desires and the nature of a fallen man, to work with greed and all of these principles and things that eventually come to nothing. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today. I pray that I have, I could go into industrial technology. I could go into many, many things. Pardon? Oh, I have 2 more minutes. We are working with, in our company, which is a global company. We're manufacturing in India as well as other parts of the world. And it's amazing how the need is, or the demands are for highly skilled people. We just had a letter come in from a man in a very high position. We have a large company we're working with as their primary source. They're a Fortune 500 company in the US. And we are working with them. And the gentleman came into us who's a part of this, in a senior position of this Fortune 500 company, made a statement. He was so elated to be able to work with a professional company like our small little company. And in the sense that our responses and our quality control and these kinds of things, we are a decentralized company with people all over different parts of the Western Hemisphere, and some in Australia. We're also there as well. But they're all God-fearing people, all honest, hard-working, good people with professional skill sets, etc. So I have to thank the Lord for putting together a team like we have. And I know, and I have traveled India very much, and I am very much excited about the opportunities that are starting to happen in India. And we are looking very close to and we have a company registered in India actually at the moment, and it's doing well. But we're expanding, wanting to do more there. And I have lectured in universities and colleges on integration of business, and also with teaching and educating students. I've lectured at universities on these kind of subjects like creating opportunities in school curriculum and teachings that integrate with the business world. So there is certainly some things that we're willing to support you with and help you with as time goes on. I won't go any further. I'm not prepared to speak on those things, but I do understand that the need of education, if you don't have the heart connected to a purpose, as Dr. Dixon rightfully said, the purpose is to make India great. I questioned one time, why has India always been under the rule of some other nation for such a long, long time? When the people of India have captured my heart. I've traveled extensively in many parts of your country, north, south, east, and west. And I stopped one time at a peanut field when they were harvesting peanuts. And we wanted, I said, I'd like to try some peanuts that come fresh out of the field. And so they quickly went to the field and got some peanuts for me. And I was offering to pay the person. No, sir. This is a gift for you from India. So I appreciate and I wept because of the honest heart of, and I see that in the heart of your people. 70% of your country is I believe is agricultural, and there are many needs in that area also. And education, I think, should be connected to helping that community to produce better crops and understand the various technologies that are available to them for. So perhaps some of your teaching, your education, your lecture, your curriculum should be directed towards, maybe it is already, I don't know, but that in itself is a need in your community for the large population you have in your agricultural sector. God bless you. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Strong, for the wonderful enlightening words. We love the quotes, Bible also.
Thank you, sir.
And we have got any questions? Maybe you can unmute yourself and ask.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Kasturi Mohan. I'm from Bhavan's Royal Institute of Management, and I'm a first-year student. Sir, in the speech that you're actually given, you had told that India's development is coming through foreign involvement.
Okay.
Right, sir. So, yes, but I would like to ask you, because in the 2000s, when the globalization hit our country, Bangalore had one of the most devastating depreciations of around 4.4% of the GDP. So what would you like to say, sir? Is it because of foreign involvement that India is having a development, or is it that once India gets a ban on anything, India tends to bring up its own brains to develop something?
Well, if I understand your question correctly, and I hope I can address it correctly, Bangalore is actually a very important sector of your country in terms of industrial base for military or new technologies, aircraft, missiles. There's also IT industry there is very strong, and you're like a Silicon Valley. And I very much, in fact, I do believe that the Indian mind is very astute and sharp concerning, and we see a lot of your graduates in our country as well as
Right.
in very prestigious positions in the IT industry.
Yes, sir.
So I do believe that the time is changing where India is becoming more an exporter of technology in the IT industry. In terms of there's joint venture contracts in India with Russia that are very much a part of your Bangalore industry base. I've sat with some in the instrumentation, the control systems. We've discussed some things for controlling the environment in planes and things like the cabin pressures, instrumentation, and all kind of things that are built there. I think that India is, as a whole, is time to stand up and count your blessings.
Sir, my question is also that the most friendliest countries that we have, one of them is Russia. So during the time that we had to test our nuclear system in Pokhran, even Russia did not give us the technology, or we were asked, but then we were not given the technology. So once India gets a ban on something, for example, even the mask and N95 kits and the PPE kits that they're actually providing at this pandemic, we tend to develop once we get a ban on anything, or it is always a challenge that brings us opportunities in India. I'm not sure if it is the foreign involvement that actually brought the development in India.
Well, I agree. And also, when you go back to the beginning of the event, just for instance, the invention of the wheel.
Right.
Eventually, everybody else made wheels.
Right, sir.
So sooner or later, you can patent things and ideas, but eventually it becomes public knowledge. So,
right.
And everybody's trying to get the edge on the new things that, even before they patent it, or they try to break patents, etc. And that's very common. That's kind of, and I think every country is involved in that kind of thing. Whereas true. India, yeah, and I don't know why India would even flinch at somebody banning them from doing certain things. That's not India's not going to sit down and take that. I think India will stand up and, as you said,
exactly,
develop
sir.
and move forward. And I really not saying this because I'm on this panel, but I'm saying it. I really do I have invested a tremendous amount of me into India, a tremendous amount of me into India, and not for gain.
Right, sir. Also, you also had a statement saying that why is that India was always under a country, right, sir? Like it was always under an involvement of a country. So, so I would like to say that to my limited knowledge of, I'm just a first year MBA student, to my limited knowledge that according to our culture, what happens is that we say Aditi Devo Bhava. The guest is always welcome. The guest is always God. So once we allow them, the thing is that it actually tried to exploit a few. That is, I think that is what happened. But it was never that we were not actually having the plan of allowing somebody to be on top of us, but it was just our culture to treat the guest as God, Aditi Devo Bhava. So on this note, I would like to thank you so much for answering my questions, and also happy Independence Day to all the Indians out there, and to you too, sir, who invested a lot of yourself to India.
Thank you very much. I think where we are all coming under a cloud is this financial economic situation in the world, which is causing many to be subservient to others because of financial, economic, political collapse, these kind of things that are happening. And I won't go any further with that. But there is a lot of things very difficult for our leaders to deal with at this time, and also our schools, and understand really what is the mechanics of what's happening is so important. Let me pray for India. Could I take a minute to pray for India?
Yes. Please go ahead, Dr. Strom. Please go ahead.
Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus, you are the King of Kings. You are the one that causes us to live and breathe at this hour, at this time. Place us in strategic position, not only for our own, but for your glory, to bring praise unto you. And I do believe, Lord Jesus, it is your desire for India to rise, and India will rise. As you showed me when I was raising the flag in 2014, the awesome acceleration of India in this last time. I do believe, Lord, that the blood will be avenged that has been shed because of religious things and things that have happened in the world. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for bringing all of these understandings, that you are just and righteous, and you will bring about your will, for your will be done. And unto you we give praise and glory for all these participants, the men, the women, all of these that have the same heartbeat to bring forth a praise to you, for it is better to give than it is to receive. Thank you, Lord, for putting this thought in our heart through your word. And we give you the praise and the glory. In the name of Jesus, we pray.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information. Now we'll be moving ahead with our third session for the day. For that, we have with us Dr. Augustus Azaria. He's currently Associate Director, Human Resources at IBM, with a focus on employee and labor relations. He has held various leadership roles in IBM, Indian Human Resources in the areas of business HR, staffing, leadership development, succession planning, mergers, disinvestments and acquisitions, and currently managing employee and labor relations. He is the co-chair of the Women's Empowerment and Leadership Development Committee of the Bangalore Chamber of Commerce, Global Workforce Management, and Indian Society for Training and Development. He is a startup mentor as well as a strong supporter of social entrepreneurship that focuses or supports the advancement of women. Sir, we are thrilled to have you amongst us today. We would like to take this opportunity to once again welcome you to this meeting and cordially invite you to share your insights on the topic, Skills for Future and New Ways.
Okay. Now that I'm unmuted. Thank you so much for those very kind words. And I'm truly delighted to be speaking to you all this morning. But firstly, happy Independence Day to everyone out there. And I'm going to break convention and as against, acknowledging and welcoming our leaders, I'm going to first welcome you, our students, who is our future. Okay. And I also have a word for the people of Kerala, God's own country. If these were normal times, I would be standing there in front of you and enjoying that beautiful God's own country environment and, of course, the Kerala cuisine that I'm very fond of. Before that, I should also commend you anew as a people who have undergone some of nature's fury during the rains and the landslides in some of the places in Kerala. And thank God that you are safe. And I salute you for your versatility, resilience, and bravery. So continue to keep that on and going. With that, thank you, Father Dr. Reggie M. Cherian-Pallur, for having me here. His Excellency March Jose Puliaco, Professor Dr. Ridwan Sanjaya, Dr. Dominic Dixon, UNADAP, Dr. John Strom, Professor Samson Thomas, thank you for inviting me, Dr. Christy Fernandez, who will be speaking later, as well as Dr. C. Poon Pio, Mr. Sanjay Pinto, Ms. Aditi Rele, and my dear students. So with that, I want to quickly also tell you what I do, okay? So you've read about what I do. I'm basically passionate about people. And more so, I have a bit of a bias to the younger generation because I believe that they are going to be our future. So I hope all of you can see my video. Can you? Okay, can you see the screen?
Sure. I think
okay, great.
Put this slide.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Is this better?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, all right. So with this, I want to also congratulate Marian Institute of International Management for your learning journey. You've gone digital, you have a platform now, you've got all the knowledge curated onto that. Continue learning because learning is a continuum and you have our best. So I work for IBM and what I do is to talk about skills, careers, and the future. And as far as the future goes, I don't have a crystal ball out here. Neither do I see the stars in the sky and tell you what the future is about. But all I do is to look at data and technology shifts and then make my own assessment and analytics of data to tell you where we are going, where we are headed, and also use some kind of predictive analytics around that. So here's a quick commercial, at least about the job where I work. You know, IBM is a 108-year-old company as I speak, and we have been restlessly innovating since 1911. We were the country that enabled the world with technology to put the first man on the moon, as well as, invent the personal computer much before a lot of you, my dear students, were born. Okay, so with that, we headquartered in Armonk, New York, and we are today a company in transition. When I say we are a company in transition, you may have heard of IBM as a hardware company, and we are that also, but we have gone and focused ourselves on the industry. What are the problems facing the world? How can technology enable a better world, a smarter planet? And therefore, we have come up with a cloud solution, cognitive data, and analytics. So we are a cloud analytics organization today and having some leadership in that space. And of course, to make technology and IBM essential to this planet. And how did this happen was that as we were in transition, we continue to refocus and realign and look at, trends as well as where we have to be. So we've spent a lot of money, more than $120 billion invested in learning itself so that our people are transformed into the new and changing strategies as the market demands. And therefore, it requires new ways to work. Okay, we have to unlearn and relearn, upskill, reskill, and gain newer expertise. Okay, so of course we have continued to have the highest number of patents that are being registered in the world year on year. That talks to you about innovation that is being primary out here. Okay, so that's about innovation and transition that could not have been possible if people didn't believe in a set of values. So a few years ago, very recently, we said, you know, it's not for me as a HR leader or my CEO to wake up one fine morning and write a set of purposes, values, or practices. We said, no, that's got to come from the people who are going to reflect that, who are going to live that. So more than 350,000 employees from across the world debated over 3 days across what you call a jam or a crowdsourcing platform, and threw in their ideas to say, what should be our purpose? What should be our values? What should be our defining principles as we transition and travel this journey of leadership? And then they came up with 3 primary values, which were dedication to every client's success. And those were defined by 3 practices: listen, envision the future, share expertise, don't keep it to yourself, and put the client first. And then innovation that matters for the company and for the world. Okay, restlessly reinvent yourself, treasure wild ducks, you know, no idea is a bad idea. All right, and then take risks, dare to create, stay original. Okay, last but not least is trust and personal responsibility, ethics, integrity. These are what will define us right now as well as in the future. So show personal interest and needs for people who need you. All right, so with those practices, we continue to go as the guiding principles. Now, let's see what the World Economic Forum has told us about the skills for the future. That's what I've got to be talking to you about. Okay, I have these 4 top skills that you see out there in red. Okay, complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity. What are these actually? In a nutshell, if I tell you this, we have a lot of data around us. Okay, there is structured data that we have, there is unstructured data. Okay, so there is stuff on Google, YouTube, and what else. And why do we need critical thinking and complex problem solving undergirded by creativity and people management? Is because this data, you have to string it together, and then you have to convert it into the message it's trying to give you, and convert it into what is called an actionable insight, which means that you are using, you know, e-commerce platforms, and in those e-commerce you have to buy next. Okay, what is that? That is nothing but interpreting data, looking at some level of predictive analytics, behaviors, and coming with actionable insights, which will help organizations market better, which will enable healthcare professionals and doctors to look at what people are probably going to be getting into. You know, it gives you some kind of foresight. And these are the 4 primary areas, at least as far as I am concerned, that we should very clearly have as a skill competency. Okay, then we have to quickly also look at the evolution of the employee. You know, now that you, in a couple of years, you'll be hitting the employment and workforce, you know, you need to understand that the workplace that you're coming in is different from what your parents had, okay, or your seniors or your other family members, okay, because today you can work from anytime, anywhere, okay. You can bring your own device, which is called BYOD. What is BYOD? Bring your own drink. Sorry, it's bring your own device. Okay, not your drink, except if it's milk or juice. Okay, then the focus is on inputs and not outputs. All right, it's what you can give. It's not how much effort you are putting there, but What result are you bringing in? And then you are the Lord and Master of your own career. You create your own ladder. You share information. You don't hoard information. And the work that you do is very customized to your very specific set of skills, competencies, and qualifications. Okay. And then leadership is also within your hand as well as your own career. That is within your hand. Now, I'm going to very quickly pause here and tell you a story. Okay. How many of you like stories? Are you all loosened up, or are you, this is not a classroom setting. Please forgive me, professors and deans and academic initiatives. I'm talking to my friends out here. So if you like what is happening, give me a thumbs up or give me a wave. And if you have a cup of tea or coffee, just come and listen, because I have a story to tell you. And this story is actually, thank you so much for those waves. Now, this story is actually a true story. It's just that I don't want to say a name, but everything else is true that happened. And during, okay, this is the start of the story, and her name is Rukmani. And Rukmani was a little senior to you students from your college, and she came and joined a big, large corporation, straight out of college as a campus recruit. And she was seen as a very, very brilliant person, and therefore the organization invested in her, put her across a lot of training programs, sent her abroad. So she went to client sites, she got a lot of accolades, and she gained respect also among her peers and colleagues. And she was doing pretty well. She bought herself a car, and it's now about 2 or 3 years since she's in the job. And as she is headed into her 4th year, and as she drives up to office and rides the elevator into her cube, she sees a note out there from her boss on a Monday morning, which says, "Rukmani, please come and see me." Now, for a lot of you people who know, a note from your boss on a Monday morning saying, "Come and see me," means something, all right? Did I mess up something? Okay, or is there some disaster somewhere that I need to go and fix? So with a bit of trepidation, she went and sat in front of her boss. And they had a cup of coffee, and her boss told her that, "Look, Rukmani, while you have brought in business and you have also got a lot of eminence from among your teammates, I have to tell you that our organization, during these unprecedented times of business change and transformation, as well as disruption, has also changed its business strategy twice in 1 year." Okay, for this very large organization to change its business strategy twice in 1 year is quite something. So he said, "So when I look at what your skills and your experience and where our business strategy is going, I actually don't see an alignment. So Rukmani, I'm so sorry to say, 3 months from now, we don't have a need for you with these kind of skills, because there's a complete mismatch." So where organizations have said that people are our biggest asset, that rung in Rukmani's ear. Did they really mean it? I'll come back to that. So Rukmani goes back home pretty crestfallen and forsaken, and then she sleeps it through, comes back to work the next morning. And what happens when she comes back to work the next morning is that she sees this other note at her computer set that says, "Click here." What does this mean now? And then in that screen, she goes and clicks there. So for those of you who have flown transatlantic, in an aeroplane, you will find that there is a screen on the back seat of the person next to you, in front of you. And that TV screen tells you the wind speed. It tells you what time you took off, time to destination. It also tells you where you are traveling. You're flying over a desert or over oceans or over meadows and fields and valleys or mountaintops and peaks. So for Rukmani, that was the beginning of her learning journey, similar to the platform that you have. So the peaks and mountaintops were the certifications that she had to get to stay relevant. And then were the oceans and the meadows for her to build her social connects, online or offline. And then the other things was also that she becomes a strong person who has learning as a continuum. And then the time to destination is the time that she has to gain the certifications, badges, and probably another job, make a CV maybe. So she starts off on this journey. She's doing pretty well and clearing every single paper certification and gains a lot of badges. She goes and posts it on social media. She gets a lot of congratulatory messages. And then the day comes when she completes the program, and then she gets another congratulatory messages, but this time it was from her manager who had this initial discussion 3 months ago. And he says, Rukmani, congratulations, now I see that you are relevant to our business. So I'm so happy to offer you this opportunity, Rukmani, where you can go and work as a team leader for this client. And you're going to be working on this cutting edge technology as a full stack developer. And you're going to have a team of amazing young people, as well as senior folks who can guide you and take you forward. Rukmani says, thank you so much, Mr. Manager. But I have had a little bit of a soul searching during this time of break. And what was it? Well, somebody during this time also told her, Rukmani, you have to invest in yourself, because skills is the currency is what I heard. So Rukmani also invested in her own skills apart from the company investing in her training, okay? And then she didn't know how to encash it. And then also she heard that data is the new oil and things like that. And then she has to have social eminence. So she got all this, and then she tells her manager, sir, Mr. Manager, while I'm thankful for it, I can't take this on. Because during my journey, I realized that I have a calling, I have a purpose. And what is that calling and what is that purpose? I have to tell you. I am so interested and committed to make this planet a better planet for us, and to have more water for the generations to come and cleaner air to breathe for us. So as a Java developer, I'm going to write code for this airline company that has given me an offer to work for them for 2 days to enable them to be more efficient, but at the same time have a lower carbon footprint. Airlines are probably one of the biggest polluters in the world, okay? So she says, their value system resonates with mine, and therefore I have a purpose to what I have to do. So I'm taking that on. And then the rest of the 3 days, I'm okay to do this project. So typically what happened here with Rukmani is that while she went and enhanced herself and upskilled herself, she became a gig worker. It was just not one organization that required her skills. There were multiple other organizations, including hers, who needed that skill. So the organization had to let her go, change their policies, and say, look, we welcome you to come and work for us as a gig worker. So which means that you will work very quickly in this particular area and then move on to do other things. With that, my friend, Rukmani has a very beautiful career and future in front of her. But the lesson learned is something that all of us need to understand, is that skills, when you invest in them, you encash them. And it makes you relevant in the world today. And with that, I want to introduce you to the IBM Skills Academy. But what is the IBM Skills Academy? The IBM Skills Academy basically is a training program that enables you to bridge your skill gap, classroom to industry, what we call bridging the gap between industry and academia. So where I also have a question for educational institutions like Marian's in terms of how many corporate doors have you knocked for endowment? Okay, you need to have a incubation center that is taking on business challenges and coming up with solutions, okay? So that your students can have real world industry knowledge, okay? So there's a lot happening in that space, and I'm sure that you as an institution are also doing that. So how does it work? It is all on the cloud, and it enables people to look at it this way, okay? One thing here is that it is free. Okay, so that's why I'm putting it up. It's public domain, and you need not be a highly technologically innovative person to go into this. All you need is a user ID, and that the system will generate that. And what you will see here is about the cloud, the various softwares that are there. You may not be interested in coding, but remember, we are in a technology or information age, and therefore we need to be technologically aware. You need to know that what kind of technology I can bring and use for my particular business solution. I could be an MBA finance or HR. I'm not a coder, but I need to understand what are the trends, okay? What are the tracks? What is the future? The future, even though there are management grads or engineering grads in this, I would say that there is a little bit of blur out here, because we all need to understand blockchain or artificial intelligence and how it can help us, okay? It is not about bots replacing people. It's about how we move from the bottom of the pyramid to a higher level of intelligence, okay? So I could keep talking about quantum, which is out there in the future, and a lot of your professors would know about it, or cloud services, or IoT, or even sentiment analytics, but I will let you go and explore. So I'm just giving you this chart to trigger your curiosity, to go and understand how these technologies can be applied in terms of where you want to go in your future. This is more for our faculty, that we have to continue to learn and be relevant. So we have this program called Reignite, okay? So that we have faculty development programs where you can join us, okay? And we will tell you where the world is going from an economic perspective to a social perspective, and how technology plays a very important role. I have these charts with Professor Sampson, and I'm happy if he can share it with you. All right. So with that, let us see what the industry is saying. They're saying IBM is shaping the future of talent, and this is the HBR, Forbes, and various other organizations. So I just wanted to show you these endorsements so that you know that we are on the right track, and I'm just not talking through my hat. Okay, so quickly I want to get into the future of work. Okay, what is the future of work? Okay, the future of work is witnessing the disruption of legacy companies. Okay, what was there now is not there now. But thankfully, IBM has weathered the storms, the pandemics, 2 world wars, and still is relevant to what we do. And why is future of work important for people like you? Okay, especially when an office used to be considered something like this. And I find this picture pretty boring. That was considered a workplace. And just 5 months ago, this was how my workplace was. Right now, I'm sitting at home and talking to you, okay? This happened in Feb 2020. How is it now? It has changed, right? Today, we can work from anywhere in the world. There are project teams that are working using collaborative technologies from anywhere in the world. And once you finish your MBA or BE, Tech, are you ready for a job? Yes, the answer is no. But is the industry willing to give you a job? I don't know. Nobody pays you just for having a degree. We need to acquire skills and knowledge. Okay, there could be life skills, there could be so many things. You know, the speaker behind me, before me, sorry, Dom said that, you know, we are created to be workers. So true. This is about innovation. This is about entrepreneurship. This is about collaboration. This is the next level for you. And that's why I want you to understand that skills is the new currency. Continue to acquire skills. Whether you're working as a culinary chef or whether you're working as an airline employee, skills is so important. It's just not for you to be in the technology field, because knowledge is today on demand. Today you have your platform, and I have to tell you, the research indicates that the number of people with a college degree is growing, informal education is so much up, and then you have a lot of learning platforms out there. I'm not going to read each of them, but typically towards the end of it, you will find that reskilling to refresh. You have to continue to refresh. And also there is the emergence of the autonomous worker. You are your own boss. Okay, the autonomous worker could be somebody who is doing your food delivery, or somebody who is writing code sitting in Antigua, Barbados, or somebody who is from your e-commerce company, or maybe an Ola Uber. Okay, so this is the autonomous workforce that you will be your own boss. You are the gig worker. Okay, so workforce in the future is going to look like a big movie team. And I am a big fan of movies, and I have to tell you this. Whenever a project comes up, okay, what happens? You put people together, just like a movie. So in a movie, be it a Spielberg or anybody else, they have a script, and then they say, okay, I have the script, but I need the money, so I need to find a financer for this. So they find a producer, financer, and then they say, okay, I need talent next, so I need to get the right actors, I need to get the right technicians, and I need to have the great locations to do the shooting. And they put all these people together, and they come from different walks of life. They're independent individuals, but they have a unique set of skills that brings them together. They understand the project, and then each of them goes to do what is expected of him. Okay, whether it is about putting on the rain machine and running behind trees and singing a song like we are also used to in Bollywood, or whether it is anything else, each of them has a role to play. And they work together on a team, they collaborate with each other, and then at the end, they can the movie, and then they go and project it, you know, or release it, so to say. And at the end of the release, what happens? Well, it could be a box office hit, or it's kind of okay, or it bombed. So what happens here for all those people who worked on the movie, if it bombed, you know, you can see out there, Augustus Azraya worked on that script, it didn't work. So what happens is that people are going to be thinking twice before they're going to hire me. But if I did well, and if the movie succeeded, what happens is that I get a lot more referrals. So in a connected world and in on demand, there is transparency everywhere. So if the movie clicked, you just don't get paid for what they paid you for what you agreed, but you get a royalty. So compensation and benefit structures in the future depend on how well that particular product, project, or whatever has behaved in the market. And therefore, you can even make yourself a continuous cash flow, you know. So I just gave you this example. So the future of work is going to reflect this kind of working culture and system, okay, which is a whole new paradigm for us, okay. The competition for jobs is global. It's no more restricted to India and Kerala. It is very, very global. And therefore, it's so important for you to either pick up a foreign language or to pick up some cultures that are more relevant to the way that the world is going, and also have a very, very strong belief in yourself. So that is what will help you to stand out, because the future of work is competitive, okay? When I say the future of work is competitive, we have to say that we consider this because, one, you have a lot of freedom and power, okay? You can write your own check. You can even write your own appointment letter, okay? And I will come to, that's a different session in terms of HR, how transformation is happening there. I have told you that for earning, the sky is not the limit, okay? And employers today have a large pool of people. So whether you're out there in Kerala or anywhere else, today they go and reach out to people wherever they are, because you can work from wherever, okay? And then your career is in your hands. It is not in the hands of your employer. So with that, you should know that you are out there with the world at your feet, because India has the youngest workforce in the world, okay? Now, when you say you are the youngest workforce in the world, in the future, the next 1 or 2 years, 1 in every 4 working people in the world will be Indian, while the rest of the world has an aging population. So how can you take charge of that is by skilling yourself, is by making yourselves relevant, ourselves, not just yourself. Does this make sense? I hope it does. And the world is going to look at different views. Augmented reality or virtual reality, or facial recognition. So the Bangalore riots happened, and they were able to identify some of those miscreants by using technology, using facial recognition. Okay. Similarly, you could recognize people, but again, this is about how you put technology to work. There is something called good tech and bad tech. That's why, in terms of my first charts, I told you that it's so important to have values, ethics, and integrity. Using data needs ethical principles and values. Okay, so this is where the future is going to be. And for teachers and faculty, there's something called sentiment analytics. I'm just bringing this very down to earth. So even before a student hits the class, or even if he is coming into the class using, cameras that can probably read cornea, you can tell you, in this particular section of the class, my students are not engaged, or in this particular section of the class, my students are engaged. Why is that? Maybe the AC is more there or less here, or so certain distractions that you'll be able to figure out and see whether their sentiment is open to learning. Okay. While I say that, it's also about being sensitive to people. All right. And as a teacher or as a speaker, the content that you're saying now, if I am telling you, talking to you, and it will also tell me how authentic what I am saying is. So if I went and told you India won its independence on Jan 26, 1950, that is wrong. So it will say red. You're not authentic. Okay. And it will also tell me that it was 15th August 1947. Right. So using technology enables learning not just one way, but both ways. All right. So with that, I have to stop here because I think I'm running out of time. I have to tell you the future of work is transparent, flat, competitive, and on demand. Before I close, I have to quickly skim through a few charts because I cannot miss the elephant in the room. What is the elephant in the room? The elephant in the room is the pandemic that we are having here, right? So I can't ignore it. And as you are getting into your new career or job, you have some uncertainty in terms of how will I cope or how will I work in this new ways of working. And I have to tell you that there are organizations that are working towards making one COVID resilient. Okay. So if you look at the first thing here, we had chaos and crisis in March, and within 24 to 48 hours, we all had to go into a lockdown, but had to continue to keep our home fires burning. We had to continue to work and things like that. So adaptability kicked in, okay? And then we were just doing what is called crisis management, okay? You can't always manage by crisis. You need to have some resiliency built in. So what we do is to take you from a crisis neutral position to equipping you and enabling you with what is required to weather the storm. This is a pandemic which will go, but God knows what will come next. Okay, how can we be ready for uncertainties and become crisis resilient? Okay, so with that, I also have to quickly tell you that at the end of all these things, it's about you. So while you're working remotely, you have dedicated workspaces, be good to yourself. Find yourself a good chair to sit on, okay? Ergonomic and things like that. Your psychological safety is so important. Today with all of us working from home, I have a big fight at home for the Wi-Fi, right? Because I have two boys and they are constantly online, and then I have to be closer to the modem. If I'm closer to the modem, you cannot hear me so well because they're out there behind me. So it's about, accepting and working together and coming together. Okay. And also, with being locked down, it plays on your head. Your emotional well-being is important. Okay, so exercise and continue to be social and celebrate your surroundings. All of us may not have the best. Okay, I don't think I have the best what I have, but I think I have a fairly okay bookshelf that I'm using as a backdrop. I'm happy with it. Okay, celebrate your surroundings. Don't be worried about it. It's the output that matters. Okay, so with that, these are some of the tools that you would require, while you're doing a project, or if you're working, if you're even working part-time as a gig worker. These are some of the things you do, but it's not restricted to this. You can use so much more. Okay, video fatigue. I'm going to quickly skip this in the interest of time and go to my last chart. And as you look here, in March, a lot of our people came together and said, we need to take a pledge for working from home. What was that pledge? To be family sensitive, flexibility for personal needs. While I am on a call, I might get, while I'm on a webinar, I might get a call on my phone saying that I have a delivery downstairs, and that's the grocery. Now, if I let that guy go, I'm going to starve. So what happens? So the homes were not made to work. Let's understand that. Okay, and therefore it's important to get them both together and to be sensitive. So we said we'll take this pledge, and we're not always, well groomed and things like that, because it's home. I would like to remove my jacket. I would like to be in my singlet, and that's my time. Okay, so be very sensitive to people, how they look. Camera ready. Don't say, hey, I want you on camera. Be very sensitive to that. So these are some of the things that we told our people to take a pledge. And we are not supposed to always be connected. Just because you're at home doesn't mean you work from 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the 12 a.m. at night. And people can't expect that of you. So therefore, this pledge was so important for us. And finally, as I walk the streets every day in our beautiful country, what do I hear? I hear the temple bells ringing. I hear a muezzin's call for prayer. Okay, I hear church bells clanging, and I see people walking, with their hands searching, seeking God, spirituality. So the day I start my day is I go down on my knees and I acknowledge that there is a God, and I submit to him, and I ask him or her to fill my mind with knowledge that should be used for the betterment of our people, our race, our humanity. I have to sign off by telling that we have to be diverse and inclusive. Diversity and inclusivity is just not about a particular community that you adopt, but it's about everything that they stand for. And I salute the leadership today for having those 10 ladies as observers. You're doing the right thing, because this is not about charity. Getting women to work is not about, telling them, hey, you've been having a problem through the centuries. No, it's about equality. It's about respect. It's about making business sense, because research indicates that with more women on company boards, those organizations have a higher earning per share. They have a higher value on the stock market, because women bring in a set of unique skills. And therefore, as a race, we continue to embrace women diversity, promote them, be their ally. If you're a male, be their ally. And same goes for gender and various other constituents of diversity. So with that, thank you so very much for having me here. And I'm truly delighted and had learned a lot from the speakers before me. I'm going to stay on because there is a cracker of a bunch of speakers that I want to listen to. And with that, thank you so much. God bless you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session. Really, we enjoyed the session, sir. Maybe we can expect a few questions, maybe 1 or 2 questions, because we are running short of time.
Good morning to one of the present. I take this opportunity to thank MIIM International Institute of Management for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable views and giving us insights on this. So my question is, automation is transforming the way we work. So the fast-paced technology is taking over. And most of us will soon have a workplace where we will be sharing it with the artificial intelligence. So how should we stay ahead of this curve?
Thank you, Ardra. I hope I got your name right. You're already ahead of the curve. You know why? Because artificial intelligence is here to make a little bit of those repetitive jobs better so that we are elevated to the next level. Look at autonomous cars. Okay, now autonomous cars, you will have self-driving cars very soon, and it's already there in California and various other places in the world, some of them in the test bed. But what happens here is that it needs huge amounts of data, okay? So for it to be safe, driving on the road. So let's say there is a dog that is coming there, or there is a human being there. What does the autonomous car have to do? Does it hit the dog? Does it hit the human being? An ethical question, right? Who can answer that question? Because when that dilemma happens from autopilot, it will straight away say, human driver, tell me what I have to do. Okay. So remember that you're always ahead, and it's about using technology for the betterment, be it in automobile or in healthcare or in business. And they are doing repetitive work. Today, when I pick up the phone and call my credit card company, a bot is speaking to me, because humans don't need to, continue to be repetitive. We are a race who have to improve and grow. All right. Technology today is giving us that opportunity. So very great professor said some time ago that, if to stay in one place, you have to keep running. Okay, so take that and don't stay in one place, but continue to run. All right. With that, always the human mind is better than AI. You use this to drive that. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Father.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Azraya. You are amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been to your Armonk space, the building space there. I always wonder, how could IBM simply leave your business, your hardware business, like your laptops, which has become Lenovo, or businesses like that. So I really appreciate how you could simply give up your former business and move to new ones and so on. That kind of agility or dynamism that we seldom see in individuals and companies. You think you made the right decision? What do you think about that?
Yes, Father. The business that you can see, whether it was on what people write about in Forbes or whatever, as well as everything that drives on IBM technology, is fact that our transition, because what was our first business in the 1900s? It was meat cleaving machine, right? It was to weighing scales, weighing scales to measure meat, to weigh meat. So from there to, technology in the 1960s to put the first man on the moon, which was what we have today. That time was, filling an entire bedroom. Okay. So I think what is fundamental to this great question is that we have to look and envision the future. We have to look at what is coming there. Though what we have today may be very good, you have to let go, and take that leap of faith and say, this is better. And today we are driving that world of artificial intelligence, cognitive abilities, and cloud computing. So what happened is that from clunky hardware, we moved to services, is where the world was going. And not that, and whoever we sold it to or divested it to was a company which had core competency in this area, and they wanted to grow in that area. And we had core competency, our company has 5 Nobel laureates. Okay. So therefore, knowledge, innovation, and the ability to envision the future is what propelled us. And of course, the treasuring of wild ducks, which means that we took that leap of faith, we took the risk, and we put our money where it should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we are running short of time. It's already 30 minutes late. So next speaker is waiting in line. I think we can have the interactive sessions maybe later. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you once again, sir. Next, we have Dr. Christy Fernandez. Is a former IAS officer and secretary of the Government of India and the President of India. He is currently the chairman of Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation Limited. He has also served as joint secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum, principal secretary Urban Development, Government of Gujarat, special secretary in the Ministry of Commerce, and secretary Ministry of Tourism, and the man of managing director of several public sector corporations. We would like to welcome you to share with us views on management of governance in this pandemic. Welcome you, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yeah, sir. Very well. Pretty well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be with you this morning. And let me also wish you all the very best on the 74th Independence Day of our motherland. And let's hope that we'll have a much brighter, peaceful, prosperous future ahead. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Audible. It's audible, sir.
Audible. Okay. All right. Yes. Well, there's a limitation of time, so I would like to make it as concise and precise as possible, though it is a much larger topic that one would like to talk about. Here we have distinguished speakers and also the students from Management Institute. And this is an opportunity for them to think about the future of this country in the context of the pandemic that we are undergoing. It's a challenge, but it is worth taking. Let me start with this simple question. What is meant by governance? Governance, in fact, is very simple. It's the process of decision making and its implementation or non-implementation. And this governance need not necessarily be confined to the government. It can be for the corporates, and its operation could be global or could be local. But for the purpose of today's discussion, I'm confining it primarily to the role of the government in managing the COVID challenge, and also what is that we are planning to do in future, where your inputs are going to be of great help. As you all know, all the government decisions will have some public policy element. What is a public policy? Public policy is something where what the government intends to do or do not intend to do. So, the public policies lead to the governance framework. This is distinct from the management of the private sector, where the interest of the investor, the private sector entity, the shareholder, that is foremost. Whereas in the government system, it is the public, the people that is at the forefront of policy making, the forefront of its implementation, etc. Now, how does the Indian governance system work in the context of the pandemic? See, the Indian Constitution is the very basis, is the Bible for any governance activity. So its preamble, its fundamental rights and duties, its directive principles of state policy, etc. They lay the foundations, they provide the framework for the governance mechanism. So the government and its functionaries work under certain rules, regulations, etc. And it is imperative that they are strictly followed. But often what we find is there are deviations from that. So let me quickly take you to the present scene. With the advent of globalization, along with that, liberalization, privatization, etc., the role of government has undergone a change. Conventionally, as it is often said, the government is the MIIM government, which looks after the interest of the people in almost everything, whether it is production, whether it is service, or it is anything that is concerning with the welfare or the development of people. That is the responsibility of the government. That has been the belief. But with the advent of globalization, all this has gradually undergone changes or are undergoing changes. This is a turning point in a country like India, with its large population, with its diversity, with its various challenges. So how is this change affecting our major administrative machinery in relation to the pandemic that we are facing today? Let's put it this way. The Indian state as a whole has been predominantly a MIIM state to begin with, where the predominance of the public sector was very small, which gradually is waning. And it, along with that, it comes the question of public systems management. And it is here that the management institutions have a greater role to play. What is a public system and how is it distinct from the private sector, and how the public system can be made more conducive, less painful to the people? The reforms in the governance procedures, which came along with globalization, is that you bring in several changes which can be broadly classified under neoclassic approach. The neoclassic economic approach has its own advantage. There is nothing wrong in that. With greater freedom for the market forces, and right sizing of the government, etc. But along with that, there is something which is hiding. That is, cut down all welfare measures as much as possible. So, reducing welfare measures and spending on social welfare sectors is rather unfortunate. And that has been well reflected in the current pandemic situation. Unfortunately, we have not been giving due importance to two prime sectors, that is health and education. The chronic under funding of health, that was quite evident when we were managing, or we are still managing, the COVID-19 challenge. Kerala is an exception. Kerala has been rather in the forefront of healthcare modernization and management. Even in Kerala, the onslaught of neoclassic approach has adversely affected the healthcare systems. Why is that the Kerala performance has been better compared to other parts of the country? Let's just see how much has been the allocation. In the healthcare sector, the government of India in financial year 18 spent only 1.28% of the GDP, whereas Kerala spent 5.3%. And in year 19, government of India spent only 1.50% as against 5.1% in Kerala. And for financial year 20, for whole of India, it was only 1.60, whereas in Kerala, it was 5.5 of the GDP. So that speaks volumes. Conventionally, Kerala had a certain advantage. A long tradition of a people-centric governance, where it is during the days of enlightened princes who ruled this state, ruled this country, and subsequently several social justice movements, which removed to a large extent the impact of casteism. And then the impact of left movement. Not to forget the great contribution of Christian missionaries in health and education. But all this is now getting a hit, where the health services has come down, which is definitely an indication of declining governance, not because of efficiency or inefficiency of the government, but because of various other factors. So now the Keralites spend more out-of-pocket money in health than even the global average. Global average is only 18%, whereas Keralites spend about 62% of the total expenditure in health. So this is something which is rather, painful to see. The recent COVID event, one sad incident which everyone would quote is that of the long drawn lockdown imposed abruptly on the 24th of March. Unexpected, without any notice. What happens as a result? About 40 million migrant laborers were moving from their workplace to their respective native villages. Imagine the hardship that these people had to undergo. The joblessness, the question of livelihood, and above all, the crippling of the economy. It not only affected the migrants, but even the economy of the local area. For example, the industry in Gujarat and Maharashtra. And in those places where agricultural labor was mostly people from backward states. And we do not even know how much is what is the number of total migrant labor in India. It's estimated that it could be even 100 million. We do not know. But at least a rough estimate says that over 40 million people were forced to move from their workplace to their respective villages as a result of this sudden abrupt lockdown. What do you call this? This is definitely a decline in governance. Well, it is something new that such a pandemic, the size of it, the depth of it, the consequence of it, and the way how it can be managed, we didn't know about it. But there has been a bad experience. And not only that, think what has happened to the health sector, where again our policies have gone rather wrong. Health services have become commercialized. The commodification of health services. Money can buy health. Is the right thing that a country like India should think and do and expect? It's a very serious issue. It's a question of governance. It's a question of public policy. It's a question of political leadership. It's a question of the executives who are implementing the government policies. So, first of all, the resources were meager, whether these resources in the form of finances or physical infrastructure or manpower or information. These are all below par. And what happened? That's the reason why the huge number of deaths in 49,000 49 people died. 49,000 people died. Well, when compared to other countries, it is much less. Here, let me also draw a little comparison with Kerala. Kerala, the death has been only 149, despite the fact that the density of population is 859 per square kilometer, as against 382 per square kilometer all India. How was it possible? It is mainly because of the governance policies, priorities that Kerala has been following over there. If somebody asks, what are the critical elements which brought about this difference in Kerala? I have no hesitation in saying it is people's participation. It is the people-centric health system. and decentralized management. That is something very substantial. Not only where decentralized planning and people's participation is ensured, things have been better. Say, for example, even in Indonesia, where we have a distinguished speaker, their dengue fever was effectively controlled because of the people's participation and decentralized urban planning. So the constitutional amendment of 73-74, true basic constitutional amendment, which brought about people's participation to the center state, decentralization to the center state, was perhaps the best way it was implemented easily. And in all those states where you find the COVID onslaught has been a little beyond control, was where such decentralization, people's participation, and empowerment has been the least. So this is something which we need to really ponder over. So now I would like to say a word about the Kerala model of development. And I'm sure that you're all aware of the Sen Bhagavati debates, where Amartya Sen argues in favor of a welfare-centric investment, and where Bhagavati says no, it should be a growth-centric investment. Let's keep it aside. But all this was very badly hit with this concept of neo-class liberalism, economic practices coming into the scene, partly surreptitiously and partly in an open manner. So let me ask my friends here, can we find some alternative way, some alternative approach by which the benefits of globalization can be brought in, benefits of modern management can be brought in, benefits of private sector management can be brought in to public system management, where the efficiency goes up, where the productivity goes up, where the welfare of people not adversely affected. This is a challenge which I would like to throw before. Well, I would like to stick to my time. So several points which I wanted to mention, which I am not insisting on. Already is will be 30 minutes. I also have to attend another webinar in another half an hour's time. Now, I'll be really happy to answer a few questions, especially from the younger participants here. And what are the reforms that are needed for better governance, and what is that the management element? What are the management elements which can be brought into the mainstream governance? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the very sensible words on management of governance. I think we can have one of the questions. So we are going maybe delayed, so we can have one or two questions. We'll limit to one or two.
Yes, good morning, sir, and thank you so much for that wonderful words which you actually explained the current situation and the governance. And you already mentioned about the migration and how it was a problem when this pandemic affected the whole world. So as we know that during this pandemic, we have seen a lot of economic instability across the world. So one of the main resources of our state had been economic investments of NRIs. So despite the massive layoffs we face, we are forced to accommodate the people who return suffering job loss from abroad. So my question is, what model of economic reforms would help us in this crucial phase?
In Kerala, there has been generally a clamor for government, which unfortunately is very limited, especially in the years ahead. So essentially, the people who are, as well as the youngsters, they should look at the self-employment opportunity as entrepreneurs, and there are several schemes which help them to become entrepreneurs. But again, it is a little tricky proposition in the sense. Kerala is a risk-averse society. It doesn't take very lightly or very kindly towards failures, towards defeats, particularly in entrepreneurship. This basic change required in the community has to be. So as a management institution, I would rather like encourage youngsters and others as well to become entrepreneurs. And in Kerala, the economic development, I would expect to be more in entrepreneurship development.
Will this connection be strong enough?
In services, in agriculture, food processing related areas, tourism and hospitality industry, etc. So the future of Kerala has to be something which is more entrepreneurial, self-employment.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. I think we can go to the next speaker. Hannah.
Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Johnson, sir, just 1 minute, 1 second. Dr. Christy Fernandez, thank you so very much. Very excellent advice. Just one quick question. When you compare the management of governance in Kerala and the United States, what is your observation? Why the death rate due to COVID-19 in the United States is much more than Kerala?
One good reason is conventionally, traditionally, Kerala has been good at healthcare. Even if it is in the private sector, despite the commercialization of the healthcare services, the hospital facility, very dispersed hospital and healthcare facility. For example, you find sub centers, then primary health centers, community health centers, district hospital, specialized, super specialized hospitals and medical college, dispersed all through. And then, of course, the general awareness of the people, again, thanks to the education of the girl child, female literacy, and thanks to the greater participation of women in economic activity. These things have helped in providing better healthcare, which in turn helped in better nutritional food, better defense mechanism for the body, and then reduced mortality. But we should also caution that the lifestyle diseases, Kerala is becoming the headquarters of India. Our communicable diseases are much less. The death due to communicable diseases are much less when compared to lifestyle diseases like
Oh, I see.
diabetes. This is something which we have to very seriously think about and new strategies develop, evolve.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on with the next session for today, we have with us Dr. C. Hoon Pyo. He is the Chief Executive Officer for Vijay University College. He has more than 20 years of experience in the education industry. Dr. C is well known for his wit and dynamic leadership. In the year of 2004, he was appointed as principal of a prestigious Chinese independent school, making him the youngest principal at that time. Amongst his achievements, to name a few, was becoming founding principal of a college and the founding director of the second institute in Malaysia, and also turning around a financially burdened college in the short span of 2 years. He has achieved a reputation in research on issues related to education, culture, and the Chinese in Malaysia. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you, sir, to share your insights with us for today's fifth session on the topic Leadership Qualities During a Crisis, Reflection During COVID-19 Times. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Not sure, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you to Marian International Institute of Management for inviting me to speak today. I have to confess this comes in quite a short notice, and this is the first actually my first interaction with the institute. Also to thank Professor Sampson for inviting me. Unfortunately, we never have an opportunity to meet. I'm new to the job in Berjaya UC, taking over from the previous management, and this is my 7th month in the job. And interestingly, very short into the job, I have to face this coronavirus pandemic issue where an MCO is put in place in Malaysia, and all our operations are interrupted. Second confession that I have to make is I think I don't really know a lot about India. I do not have an opportunity in the past to travel to India. So I hope in the future maybe I can have the opportunity to visit India and to understand India a bit more. Of course, we have a lot of Indians in Malaysia, and Malaysia shares a lot of similarity with India. We were both British colony in the past, and I'm conscious that today is the 74th Independence Day of India. So congratulations to all my Indian friends, and also happy Independence Day. Malaysia is slightly younger. In a few days' time, we're going to celebrate our own Independence Day. This is the 63rd Independence Day, so we are about 10 years younger than you.
I think Dr. C has gone out of range. I think he has got some bandwidth issues. Dr.
Knowledge to share, but it's more reflections experiencing and facing in the pandemic time in the past few months. I'm not sure whether you can see my slide. Sorry, then I have to. So leadership qualities during crisis, during a crisis. Okay. Reflections during COVID-19 time. First of all, let's look at what is a nature of a crisis. Well, I have here, which I have taken from some sources. Crises are deemed to be negative changes in the security, economics, political, and societal environmental affairs, especially when they occur abruptly and with little or no warning. So a crisis is something that happens suddenly and usually is with great and serious consequences, such as a pandemic where a lot of people are going to die. Of course, there are personal crises in our own life, like maybe something happened to ourselves or our family members. But to society at large, this may not be a crisis. So the crisis that we are talking about here basically is a kind of crisis that we will have to face maybe as a community, and this community can be as small as a school, like in the situation that my university is facing, or as a country, or the world at large. And some of the key features of a crisis is, first of all, it is uncertain. We do not know what's going to happen next. We can only watch and guess, but we cannot be certain, we cannot predict the future. And just like what is happening now, there's daily developments in the pandemic, and things are going on daily on a daily basis, and we are not sure what is going to happen next. So we are dealing with uncertainty, and this is the scariest thing about
Dr. C, are you there? I think you have got some bandwidth issues. Dr. C, I think it's not audible. Hello, sir. Do you have some? I think you have got some bandwidth issues. I think. Are you? You are not audible, I think. No, sir, it's not audible right now. I think you are speaking something, but I think we can't hear you.
Hi, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yeah, right now it's okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We are in a small crisis just now, and we are back now. Okay, I think I was at the crisis is about uncertainty, and things are changing rapidly, like just what happened, and it causes insecurity. You know, you feel bad about it, and you don't feel secure. And the fourth feature of a crisis is, of course, it brings severe impacts, as I said earlier. But this little technical thing may not be a big impact, so it may not be a big crisis. Now, who are a leader? What is a leadership? Leaders are people who help themselves or others to do the right thing. I mean, in the crisis, it's very important that we will do the right thing. And they also set direction and build an inspiring vision and targets. And especially in a crisis like now, everybody is afraid, is scared. And the leaders will have to set the direction and tell people what to do next, and where to go, and what are the things to do to face the situation that we are in, and set the right targets. For example, in daily, our government and our DG of Health is setting target and say, okay, we were going to bring the new cases or infection down to 2 digits, for example, or down to single digits. And when this happens, then we're going to adopt this new policy and that new policy and so on. And leadership is also about to mapping out where your team need to go and who should need do what and at what time, and with what kind of schedules, and what to achieve next. And leaders are people who also need to have the skill to manage the whole team to go towards that direction and coordinate people, and most importantly, to persuade the team members. In some circumstances, it can be a very big team of people, like in this current situation, our health minister and the DG of Health will need to, and of course our country's leader, will need to coordinate and set direction for the whole country, for all the Malaysians. If you take Malaysia as an example, or all the Indians in, let's say you take India as an example, and your leaders will have a much harder work to do as compared to the Malaysian leader, because your population is much bigger. So we have to coordinate millions of people and tell them what to do, and we must be able to persuade them to follow instruction. For example, like social distancing. And we need to get people to listen and not to go to crowded places, not to have mass gathering. And how are we going to influence them? And this is a job of a leader, to be able to communicate the target, the criteria, and what we need to do clearly to the group of people. And this group can be a massive group of people, and be able to inspire them, and will be able to coordinate them and make them follow the instructions and do the right thing at the right time. And this is a very difficult job for a leader. Let's talk a little bit about the COVID-19 as a background. Before I go into more details in the qualities that is needed for a leader during this pandemic time, this crisis time. Now, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has swept to 188 countries. It has caused resulting of more than 700,000 deaths and infections of 1.9 million people throughout the world. And obviously, this is a very big pandemic that we are facing. So, and the outbreak was first identified from Wuhan, China. Of course, this has caused some political leader in the world that call this pandemic a Wuhan pandemic or a China pandemic or a China virus. I'm not sure whether this naming is something that is necessary and that helps the situation. And that also shows, about the quality of the leadership. In crisis times like this, if we were to code something in a wrong manner, and then may cause consequence that that may not be so desirous, in time like this. In Malaysia, we are quite fortunate. We only have a confirmed case of slightly more than 9,000, and a recovery rate of almost 9,000 as well. And we only have a death toll of 128, which is for a lot of Malaysians a very proud record. And that shows, in Malaysia we have a slogan. We say Malaysia boleh. We say in Malaysia we can do it. We are a very small country, but with some achievements in the past, and currently we have some poor political scenario in Malaysia now, and suddenly we have this pandemic. But after 3 months of dealing with it, and we see some result, and we suddenly feel better in a situation like this, and we feel that we Malaysians have done a good job in managing this situation. But of course, it comes with a cost. Our leaders have decided that we need to go into an MCO, a movement control order, where a limited movement of people are allowed during the 3 months period. And of course, now we are still in the RMCO, in the recovery movement control order period, which will end at the end of this month, where we have our Independence Day. I'm not sure whether we're going to have a big celebration, a big gathering of people like in the past. Well, so it is a difficult decision to make for any leaders of a country or leaders of any community, such as a university. I recall myself during these past few months new to the job, and suddenly I'm put in the situation to face with this situation, and almost on a daily basis, I will have to follow closely the development of the pandemic, and everyone in my institution is asking me for direction, what to do next, sir, and should we do this or should we do that? Everybody is talking to me, and I have to listen to so many people, and I have to make decisions every day. At the back of my mind, I really do not know whether those decisions are really going to work, because we are dealing with uncertainty. I can only watch and decide. So it is a very difficult situation for us. So now, with that experience in a few months, I'd like to sum up about the kind of qualities that a leader should have in a crisis situation. First of all, I realized that whatever decision that I have to make will not be popular with either this group of people or that group of people. Some people will be happy with it because they may see that I agree with them. Some people will be very upset, and some will feel that I put them in great danger and so on. For example, whether I have to call my staff back to office to work, whether I should allow students to come back on campus, whether it's too early to allow them back or too late to allow them back, or should we hold and should we have exam in a normal way, or should we move it online? If we move it online, would it be the same? Will we compromise on the quality of the examination? And there are a lot of opinions, and some say, oh, it's a good thing, we should do it this way, and some say no, we should not, because this will compromise on the quality of our education. So to me, the important thing is to know what is the guiding principle in making those decisions. And a lot of these are actually ethical decisions to make. And I have the fortune of knowing some ethical theories. Basically, just to share, all the ethical theories in the world can be grouped into two big group of them. One type of ethical theories, we can call them the consequentialist. That means when you make an ethical decision or any decision for that matter, you look at the consequence of your decision, of your action, and how many people are affected, and to what extent are they affected. So we basically is looking into the effect of that action or the decisions. The famous one of this kind of ethical theory is called utilitarianism, advocated by the British philosopher by the name Jeremy Bentham and his disciple John Stuart Mill. John Stuart Mill is the philosopher that really advocate on liberties, And I think all the lawyers and political scientists will have read his book. So they are the biggest advocates of this kind of ethical theories. So a lot of policy makers are actually adopting this kind of principle when they make their decisions. They will look at, if I impose the movement control, how many lives will be saved? For example, if I don't, how many infections is going to happen, and how many people is going to die, and so on. But the problem that I have with this kind of thinking is, we are in a situation that is unpredictable. We really do not know whether those projections that's given is actually realistic or actually accurate. If we can project and we can estimate correctly what is going to happen next, then we wouldn't call this a crisis, because it's well under managed. Under our we can actually manage this very well. Because it's a crisis, that's why it's uncertain. We can't make decision that way because we are uncertain of what is going to happen. All the so-called experts, they are only making prediction, and some of them who are self-confessed experts out there, they may be writing in the media, on social media, and so on, are actually uncertain of what they are saying themselves. Now, the second type of ethical theories is called deontological theories. Put it in simply means you do your duties. What is your duty? You do it, and you do it right. And the biggest advocate of this kind of ethical theory is Immanuel Kant, the German philosopher that is considered the greatest modern philosopher of our time, in a modern time. Now he says, to be an ethical person, all that you have to do is to know your duty and do it. So I myself is a big follower of that principle. To me, as a leader, when I have to make a decision in an uncertain time and in a crisis like this, it's more important to know what is your duty. My duty as a leader in a university is to ensure students receive their education in the best manner they can, and their safety. So with that guiding principle and with that guiding duties, whatever decision that I have to make, I will have to think about, how this will fulfill my duties, mainly to my students and to other stakeholders like parents and the owner of the university, and so on, being a private university. So we have to balance that duty and make decisions and direction that fulfill that duties in the best possible manner. What is the outcome of it is not in my control. If I can control it, I will not be doing this job. I'll be doing an even greater job. Maybe I'm a prophet in time like this, or So to me, in a difficult time like this, if you are in a certain kind of leaderships, it's easier and it will be more effective to actually adopt the deontological principle rather than the consequentialist principle. But of course, some level of thought and thinking should be put on, on the consequence of a certain decisions or action, because certain things are obvious. If it's obvious and it's predictable, and then we should be avoiding it. But if it's uncertain, then we should be guided by the duties that we have. And I hope I'm being clear. Now, the second qualities of a great leader during a crisis time is the ability to cope with uncertainties. As I said, the biggest problem with crisis is uncertainty. There's a Chinese saying, 处变不惊. That means when you are in a uncertain time, a crisis, you can be calm. Now, one thing that a pandemic or a crisis can do to a person, and especially to a leader, is it can cause a lot of stress. It can make us emotional. It can make us feel insecure, like I said earlier on. And when you are emotional, you are insecure, you become agitated in a way, and then there's the time where we cannot think clearly. As a leader, it's a dangerous thing to happen. When a leader do not think clearly, they will make wrong decisions. And wrong decisions will have great consequences. Of course, I said consequences may not be something that we can control, but then one thing that is certain is when you make a wrong decision, there's bound to be bad. So that is one thing that is certain. So we can't be certain in certain thing, but what is certain is when you make a wrong decision, it will be certainly bad. So staying calm and be able to cope with the stress and the uncertainty is one big quality that a leader needs during a crisis time. Of course, this tie into the third point that you have to be rational and not become emotional. For example, like the decision of whether to come back to work after the MCO, for example. To some of my colleagues, they are online here, they are listening to me, but I don't mind saying it openly. Some of our colleagues may be paranoid. They have fear of the unknown, so much so that they become irrational in their decision, and they were frightened of meeting with people and so on. They try to isolate themselves too much and things like that. So being a leader, not to be influenced too much by the fear or the stress or the emotional effect of a crisis to you is very important, and keep our mind clear and be rational. And the final point is to have the courage and perseverance and empathy. Okay, courage to make decisions when things are not certain is very difficult. Now, in a normal time, when we have to make routine decision, it will be very easy for a leader. But when things are uncertain and with great consequences, to make a decisions need a lot of courage. And leaders need to make decisions during that time. And this ties into the second point, perseverance. When after we make a decision, sticking to it is also very important. The biggest mistake that a leader can make in an uncertain time, in a crisis time, is being fickle-minded. Today you make the decision A, tomorrow you change your mind, you move to B, and the third day you move to C, the fourth day go back to A, and then jump to C, because a leader is not firm in his decision. He doesn't have the courage to stick with what he thinks is the right decision, what to do, and that will be certainly worse than when there is no decision made. So in a situation like this, when things are uncertain, things are not under our control completely, having the courage to make a decision and having the confidence and the wisdom to hold on to that decision is very important. If not, the people who are following us will be led astray and they will not know what to do next. And that will cause even more problem during a crisis time. However, in situations like this, a leader must have empathy. We must understand the people who are with us at the time, who are following us, their feeling, their insecurity, their emotional need. We must be able, as a leader, to help them to overcome all this anxiety that they are facing, and also accept people's weaknesses, and help them to cope with the problem that they are facing. Now I will go to a next level. Having all this quality, that is more of on the internal quality side, and in a way is a kind of character. But now we go to the skill side of being a leader, and putting the skill together with the quality, with the with the, what do you call it, the attributes of the leader. Now, the leader in a crisis time must be able to listen to the right channels. Like I said earlier on, for example, in this COVID-19 time, there's so much of information about this. Everybody is saying something. A leader need to make decision. He need to learn what is the situation now. What is the right thing to do? So the first quality that he must have, the first skill that he must have, is to choose from all the information, what is the right information, what is the information that is relevant, and what are noises that are there to basically disrupt this whole situation. So a leader must be able to filter all this information and not being, this is tie into being fickle-minded. So you must be able to assess, what is the real situation, understanding the background of things, understanding the development well, listen to the right channel, listen to the right people, get the right advice, and not the advice of your wife, for example, in some circumstances, unless your wife is some expert in some area. My first day back to work, my colleague may be listening. I'd like to share this. It's interesting. I have decided to go back to office. First day itself, when the government say you are allowed to go back to office. So first day, in the morning, my wife asked me, she said, is it necessary for you to go back to office? You can decide, you are the CEO. So I say, no, dear, I need to go back to the office because in my assessment, we need to go back. If not, my university will have problem. So I need my staff to come back. So therefore, I must take the lead. So I must go back to office so that the others will follow, and they will have the confidence that even I go back to the office, so there's no problem for them to come back. Now, it's difficult because your wife will be grumbling and say, why you expose yourself to a danger? And it's our care and love, but it is a decision to listen to the right channel. The experts say we need to restart our economic activity, because if we don't go back to office, our economies will not be regenerated. And it's a difficult situation. It's either, risking for health, or risking for economic situation. And as a leader of an organization, I need to regenerate and restart all this economic activity. Being a private university, I need to have all this activity restarted as a leader. And I need to bring and give confidence to my team that we can restart our face-to-face work back in office. So I need to do that. So it's difficult. Okay, second one.
Excuse me, Dr. C. I think we are running out of time.
I see. Okay, very quickly, I'm going to finish. So we have to set the right achievable target so that people know what to do and be able to and communicate those target to the team and influence and direct them towards that. And the target has to be clear and achievable and something that everyone can understand. And be innovative because things are not certain in a crisis time. So we will have to be bold, as I said, and be innovative and come up with new solution to new problem that we are facing. For example, like during this crisis time, we suddenly all my staff become online expert. Before that, we were discussing whether we how to develop online teachings and so on. And suddenly, everybody is put in a situation. Everybody have to learn new thing and teach online. And we conduct examination online. And we make bold decision on things like security and how to assess our student online and so on. And sometimes a leader will have to play the role of a counselor. People may feel insecure, they have fear. We have to counsel them, calm them, and help them to overcome the problem that they have during a crisis. And this is a very important role of a leader. That's why it all ties in. That's why the leader needs to be calm and rational and courageous. Now, to conclude, during a crisis time is really a survivor of a fittest time. Now, a leader is not made in a day. However, good leaderships are most visible during a crisis time. If in today's talk, if there's one advice that I can give to the audience, it will be this. If you have an opportunity to choose a leader, well, being your prime minister or any politician, MP, or your president of the university and so on, if you are allowed to choose, or you are allowed to vote for it and so on, choose the one that you think that he will be a great leader in a crisis time, not the one that look good in a normal time. Because a really good leader is a good leader during a crisis time. There are leaders who look very good in a normal time, but when it comes to a crisis time, it shows that they are not a great leader. So if you have the opportunity, have the wisdom of choosing someone who can manage a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. C. Thank you very much for your wonderful session on leadership during crisis. I think we have got one or two questions.
Second year.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the very informative and wonderful session. I just have a small doubt regarding, especially during a crisis when everyone is in panic, what if persuasion does not work with the common people? What can a leader do the best during such kind of a time?
Of course, leader is not God. They can only do the best they can. But to be persuasive in a time of uncertainty, when people have great fear, is to be very clear and very simple. Do not be so too sophisticated in your comment. So set very simple thing like people can understand it and say, okay, for example, we want people to practice social distancing. So we just state it very clearly and very simply, let's say you should keep a distance of arm's length where everybody can understand it simply, rather than you have to measure 2 meters away and so on, and people will say, hey, what is 2 meters away? You get what I mean? So to be persuasive during uncertain time is to be simple, clear, and very specific, and people can understand it very well.
Thank you very much. I think, thank you, Dr. Sri, for the enlightening session on leadership during this crisis time, during the COVID times. I think because of the lack of time, we are not maybe pushing for any kind of questions further. Okay, so thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again, thank you so for the wonderful section. Next, we have Mr. Sanjay Pindu. He is Indian lawyer, columnist, author, public speaker, and talk show host. Before donning the black gown as an advocate in the Madras High Court, where he specialized in media, criminal, constitutional, corporate, arbitration, and consumer cases representing celebrity clients. Sanjay Pindu was a resident editor of NDTV and the executive editor of NDTV Hindu. He was reported breaking news developments from South India and anchored a slew of popular news bulletins and signature shows of NDTV. He represented India in the United States Consulate, funded International Visitors Leadership Program on the rule of law and the judicial reforms in the United States. We take this opportunity to call upon Mr. Sanjay Pindu for sharing his thoughts on legal remedies during the pandemic. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
You know, they say time flies, but you're the pilot. And this afternoon, I feel like a pilot whose flight is not taken off on time because of air traffic congestion. But what I can do is, like most good pilots, try and make sure that I stick to my flight time so that the last participant is not put to any inconvenience. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a special screening of a short film for a select audience. The film began, and for the first 2 minutes, there was just one scene, a scene of a white ceiling and a fan running. Time passed, people were getting restive, they're getting restless. For the next 2 minutes also, there was no change in the scene. The same scene continued, white ceiling, fan running. At that point, the audience got completely, exasperated, and they were beginning to get up from their seats and leave in a huff. At that very instant, there was a ticker, a scroll that came on the screen. You have seen for 4 minutes what this child sees for her entire life, 24/7, day after day. And that is when the scene changed, and the camera tilted down from the ceiling to a hospital bed where there was a child strapped to a hospital bed, the spinal injury. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have tears, prepare to shed them now. A pandemic is a time for empathy. It's a time for introspection. It's a time for sensitivity. It's a time for all of us to step into the shoes of the other person. Many of us complain, at least during the initial lockdowns, that we had to stay at home. Forgetting for a minute, there were several people who had no place to call a home. We stood on our balconies and we did all kinds of things, but what about those who never had a roof above their heads? Now, during a pandemic, during a public health emergency, and I understand that, since we are completely out of time and law is considered a boring subject, and a legal subject during lunchtime can be a double whammy, but I promise to do justice to my audience. Especially during a public health emergency like a pandemic, the role of courts, one of the important estates of a democracy, is extremely crucial and important. This is when the courts are expected to actually review executive action or executive inaction. They are meant to fill a vacuum, to perhaps push boundaries, and to, even if required, breach the constitutional line of control, as long as it is for relief for the common citizens, for we the people. That is what the Constitution of India starts with, those words, we the people. Now, in the past, let's look at the history of the functioning of our courts very briefly. In the past, a simple postcard, a simple inland letter, a news item in a newspaper could galvanize the courts into action, and we've seen that through a string of public interest litigations that changed the face of India. MC Mehta versus Union of India brought about landmark legislations on environmental pollution. D.K. Basu versus Union of India, in fact, versus State of West Bengal, brought about those 11 commandments on the power of the police to arrest. Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan paved the way for a law on sexual harassment. Sheila Barse versus State of Maharashtra led to the creation of separate cells for women in prisons. Pandit Parmanand Katara versus Union of India prioritized action in accident cases with the dictum medical attention first, legal formalities later. Murli Deora versus Union of India gave us a ban on smoking in public places. This has been the history of public interest litigation in our country. Now, legal remedies during a pandemic. The doctrine, ladies and gentlemen, of separation of powers, I do concede, is a basic structure of the Constitution and cannot be tampered with. But this doctrine of separation powers need not be written in stone in the Constitution because there are different checks and balances envisaged. However, in this present scheme of things, I see three important hurdles that come in the way of public interest litigation. One is locus standi, second, publicity, and third, policy decisions. As far as locus standi is concerned, I'm conscious of the fact that I'm not addressing an audience that is well versed with the law. Locus standi simply means what is your business. But the courts have ruled that if they ruled on the question, the doctrine of sufficient interest, if I as a concerned citizen have sufficient interest in a particular cause, then nothing prevents me from knocking at the doors of the courts under Articles 226 or Article 32 of the Constitution of India before the High Courts or the Supreme Court respectively. Secondly, publicity. A lot of people, brand PILs as publicity interest litigation. My point is, why demonize publicity? Why is publicity such a bad thing? Why can't the cause be bigger than an individual's quest for 15 seconds of fame? If publicity can be an incentive to bring about social change, so be it. The third hurdle, policy decisions. Courts are often hesitant to stray into policy, the policy domain, which is the domain of the legislature, which is the domain of the executive. Now, here again, I for one believe that emergencies cannot wait for policies, and constitutional prescriptions cannot become dead letters. During an urgent situation or scenario, the courts must intervene and must be the voice and champions of the cause of the little man, that's you and me. Yes, we have seen video conferencing, we have seen several issues, and I would like to look at constitutionalism during this pandemic through a few important cases that have made national headlines. The first, as we know, is the migrants crisis. Now, on Independence Day, and on any day for that matter, I'm totally opposed to the use of the term migrants. How can somebody be called, how can a citizen be called a migrant in his or her own country? We have seen, ladies and gentlemen, heart-rending images of people, of workers, trudging several hundred kilometers to their native places. No transport, no food, at least initially, hundreds of kilometers. We've seen a young daughter putting her father on a cycle and cycling almost 500, 600 kilometers to a native place. And when this issue first came up before the Supreme Court, what did the court say? The court said, if they've got food, why do they need wages? I was shocked. It's almost like saying, if somebody has got a bandage, why do they need a doctor? Please understand that these migrants, the workers, do not want gratis. They do not want something free. They work hard. They work away from their homes and families. And this is not a situation that they are quite happy with, to be able to get getting free food distributed in a line. That was not an issue. That was a big humanitarian crisis. And like many other, many jurists in this country, especially former chief justices, judges of the Supreme Court, I for one believe that the Supreme Court's initial handling of the migrant issue was a tad disappointing. Now, the second aspect that many of you would have heard about, the Simon Hercules case. Dr. Simon Hercules, a few months ago in Chennai in Tamil Nadu, the southern state of India, to which I belong, 2 doctors who died of COVID, their funeral processions were vandalized by groups, by mobs of people who knew nothing about the pandemic. There was a in fact, an unfounded apprehension that it would spread despite very clear guidelines from the Union Health Ministry that it cannot, transmission is only through droplets, and dead bodies do not spread the virus unless it is through the lungs during an autopsy. Ironically, just a few weeks after the Prime Minister of India appealed to citizens to stand on their balconies and clang plates and clap hands and give a standing ovation to all the healthcare professionals in the country, you had these absolutely despicable incidents of medical professions, of doctors' funerals being vandalized. These medical martyrs did not have a peaceful last journey to the world beyond. Now, look at what the law says. The law is very clear. In fact, various courts have also held that Article 25, the freedom of religion, includes the right of relatives to bury the deceased in accordance with their religious rites and rituals and practices. Now, as there is no possibility of transmission of the virus from a dead body to living beings, the fact that there were these people during a lockdown who violated the lockdown and came in and disrupted the funeral procession, that itself was a form of untouchability expressly banned by Article 17 of the Constitution of India. Now, apart from that, the most fundamental, the most important of our fundamental rights, Article 21 of the Constitution, includes a right to a dignified and a decent final journey to the world beyond. Due to these two shameful incidents, now what happened mercifully, the Madras High Court took suo motu action of the Dr. Simon Hercules case and took this and questioned the government. And thanks to that initiative by the court, it's important to give credit where it is due. There was a standard operating procedure that came into place. Police protection, adequate police protection was being provided to funeral processions. In fact, even the union government passed an ordinance, because obviously Parliament is not in session, to protect healthcare workers in the country. However, has there been further follow-up on that? That's a big question. Now, the second important aspect that I find that really could have been handled better was the fleecing of patients in private corporate hospitals, patients who were diagnosed with corona. Now, if the corona did not debilitate you, the hospital bill would wipe out your savings. If media reports were to be accurate, treatment costs range from 30,000 rupees a day to 1.5 lakh rupees a day if you needed a ventilator or other, if you had serious comorbidities. So that translates into, if it's a 14-day stay, anything between 7 to 15 lakhs per patient. Imagine if the entire family is affected, a family of 4. Where would the average Indian citizen be able to spend 50-60 lakh on treatment? Because there was a case a situation in many hospitals, many government hospitals across the country that were running full. At least media reports told us that many government hospitals were running full. So there was a shortage of hospital beds. Although this has been disputed by the authorities, there were initial media reports suggesting that there was a sense of panic. Now, of course, I'm happy to know that things are fairly under control. But the right to life under Article 21 includes the right to health, includes the right to timely medical treatment. The Supreme Court has said nobody should be deprived of timely medical attention because of economic disability. You look at, in fact, clause 1.8 of the Indian Medical Council's regulations, Professional Conduct, Etiquette and Ethics Regulations 2002, which was amended in 2016. It clearly says the personal financial interests of a physician should not conflict with the medical interests of the patients, and patients should be informed about the cost of treatment before the treatment actually begins. It may be difficult at a practical level, but this is what the ethics, this is what the Medical Council had mandated. If this code is extended to hospitals, one is inclined to ask if these high COVID treatment charges were made transparent at the time of admission. Now, a lot of people would say yes, a careful scrutiny of the COVID hospital bills. In fact, many hospitals pleaded helplessness. They said that the cost of personal protection equipment was very high. They had to keep changing that. The cost of maintaining isolation wards in hospitals was very high. Added to the fact that there's been a dip in revenue, a significant dip in revenue, in terms of skeletal patient inflow, elective surgeries being postponed because of the crisis. So hospitals had their own tales of woe. But if you look at it from a very practical level, many of us have medical insurance, at least for the lucky ones who could afford medical insurance, Mediclaim policies. You should understand that room rent is a very crucial aspect when it comes to hospitalization. And usually, let's say room rent is capped at 1% of the total value of your policy. So if you have a medical insurance policy of 5 lakh rupees, your room rent is capped at 5,000 rupees a day. But for an isolation room rent, every day it costed about 25 to 30,000 rupees in many corporate hospitals, just the room rent. So where was medical insurance in that case? Now it took a media outcry. In fact, some high courts dismissed these petitions, saying that, let the concerned people come before us. Why should PILs be filed? Supreme Court is still hearing the matter. It's adjourned the matter. It's still pending in the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court has asked certain pertinent questions. And thanks to questions from the Supreme Court, thanks to a media outcry, especially a social media outcry and sections of the media, in states like Tamil Nadu, a reasonable cap was imposed on COVID treatment plans with the option of home quarantine. So this is a case where the courts, the common man, the social media and the media came together, the different estates of democracy came together to tell the executive, look, this is what you need to do during a pandemic. You need to spare a thought for those who cannot afford medical care during this crisis. Now, there was another big crisis that was brewing in Tamil Nadu, and I'm giving you examples directly from my state because this is something that resonates with the rest of the country as well. These are common issues across the country, across India. The Tamil Nadu government had announced a timetable for the conduct of school examinations with a set of precautions. This was at the time when the COVID-19 was still at its peak. It would have exposed over 9 lakh students and 2 lakh teachers and invigilators and came close on the heels of a super spreader event in the form of one of Asia's biggest fruit and vegetable markets called Coimbatore in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, where there was a super spreader event and several people, in fact, were infected. Close on the heels of that, now a slew of writ petitions were filed in the Madras High Court. I had also prepared one contending that lives matter more than marks. And the right to life under Article 21, I can see the professor smiling when I say lives matter more than marks. The right to life under Article 21 includes the right to precautions like staying at home during a pandemic, during a steadily escalating public health emergency. Now, legislative assemblies were shut. Parliament was shut. Why should poor students be made to take that risk? That was our argument. Now, the government talked about precautions. It talked about thermal screening. Please understand, how did Corona come into our country? Mainly through the airports. Mainly through, we blame the migrants and all that, but it's the rich people, not the poor people, who actually spread Corona. Mainly through the airports. Inevitable perhaps, but then many people, many passengers, in order to beat the thermal screening at the airport on arrival, took paracetamol tablets 1 month before, 1 hour before the flight could land. So that was a failed protocol. That was a failed protocol, and the Tamil Nadu government was planning to use that failed protocol for examinations. Mercifully, when the matter was being heard in the Madras High Court, when the judge, the division bench asked some pertinent questions, the government saw reason, fell in line, and postponed the exams. In fact, didn't postpone, cancelled the exams, and passed students based on their past performance. Thank God for small mercies there again. There again, a classic case of the courts and citizens and the government falling in line with what the court had directed, not what the court had at least going to direct. Then there's a very unique issue when it comes to Tamil Nadu. Liquor sales. Now, we do know that there is a, there's a company called TASMAC. Those may not be familiar with it, those who are out of Tamil Nadu, but TASMAC is basically a state government-run liquor trade of the government. The state has a monopoly over liquor retail trade. Liquor accounts for one of the highest sources of revenue for the government. I'm sure it's the case with many other parts of the country as well. During the pandemic and a lockdown, there was an outrageous move to open these liquor shops as if that was a huge priority. That would have not only led to another corona cluster like the Coimbatore vegetable market cluster, because people tend to crowd these liquor shops, and people who are drunk are really not going to be in a frame of mind to wear masks and to maintain social distancing. That's common sense. Also, another very important socio-economic problem, it would have pushed up liquor-related domestic violence, as during the lockdown, the perpetrators and the victims, that is women, wives and children, would be locked in their homes together with these people who would come home drunk. So a batch of petitions were filed in the Madras High Court. The Madras High Court stayed this. The government went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court, in fact, lifted the stay, vacated the stay, demanded it back to the Madras High Court, and matter is still pending now. but thanks to some relief granted, at least in Chennai, where I live, liquor shops are still closed. Okay, so talk of priorities. The next important case that would have shocked the conscience of the whole country was the Satankulam, a place in Tamil Nadu, in Tuticorin district, Satankulam in southern Tamil Nadu, where custodial torture took place and legal safeguards took a beating. Now, I remember Justice Krishna Iyer, the erudite Justice Krishna Iyer, once quipped, the police must use their wits and not their fists to actually extract confessions, to actually get out the truth during investigation. But third degree methods are the order of the day. If you read the Amnesty International reports, you will know more graphic details. And something very similar happened in a Satankulam police station in Tamil Nadu. A father-son duo, Jairaj and Benix, over a dispute about the time of closing their mobile phone shop, they were taken into custody, beaten, tortured, and they died as a result of the injuries suffered during that torture. This was a classic George Floyd case of India. It was an equivalent of a George Floyd case. There was a public outcry, there was an uproar. But here again, the division bench of the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court took suo moto on their own based on newspaper reports. They took note of this. They took suo moto notice of this. They asked the government questions. They even started monitoring the investigation. The case was then, after that, the case picked up traction, transferred to the CBCID, finally handed over to the CBI. The officers concerned were booked, arrested, remanded to jail, booked for murder and other serious charges. So, and you know, what was really tragic about this whole case is that the actual offense, even if they had been convicted of not closing your shop on time, was such a petty offense under the Indian Penal Code. The maximum punishment would have been 1 month imprisonment and 200 rupees fine. But they lost their lives. It's almost as if they were executed or something like that. Now, our legal safeguards, you know, the various courts have recognized the fact that, you know, there's a phrase, honor among thieves. There's also honor among policemen, because what really happens within closed doors inside a police station is known only to the police. But the same police officials have to testify against their colleagues. There's a serious flaw with that problem, and therefore this explains the low conviction rate for custodial crimes in India. And the Law Commission had rightly flagged, the Law Commission in its 152nd report had rightly flagged this. The sheer lack of deterrence is because the term torture does not figure in India's penal or constitutional law. Let me repeat that. The term torture has not been mentioned in India's penal and constitutional law till date. The Prevention of Torture Bill, which started in 2010, has been hanging fire for over a decade. It's lapsed. In fact, the Law Commission tried to revive it in its 273rd report. It came up with a draft Prevention of Torture Bill. Basically, this bill provided for life imprisonment of public servants on conviction for torture, on presumption of torture, on the burden of proof on officers in case of injuries caused during custody, as well as compensation. Many states have been dragging their feet and are yet to send their views. Why is that? When Parliament is not in session, why can't we have an ordinance to ban torture in our country? In fact, Article 5 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights prohibits torture. Police stations, ladies and gentlemen, must become the safest place for citizens, not torture chambers. Now, I, for one, believe that there are several other legal reforms where the courts could have actually played a role. Today, the courts are being accused of coming down too hard on public spirited citizens, especially senior lawyers, with contempt of court. Should this colonial relic be retained on the statute book, the Contempt of Courts Act? We've seen that in the case of Prashant Bhushan. Of course, I don't want to comment further on this because it's still pending sentencing on the 20th of this month. But when it comes to legal reforms, you know, there are several laws which call for an overhaul, like for instance, 24 hours. What is this holy grail of 24 hours? Why should a person be kept in custody for within 24 hours, he should be produced before a magistrate? 24 hours is a lot of time evidently to inflict torture and even kill people. So why can't that be reduced to into a couple of hours? What is the big challenge in producing somebody before a magistrate in a couple of hours? Why 24 hours? Why 24 hours? We are going by the Criminal Procedure Code. We are going by the Indian Penal Code of 1860, the Indian Evidence Act of 1872. It's time to relook at all these laws. Finally, as I promised you that I would be the pilot who would try and get the flight land safely ahead of time, I'd like to leave you with my conclusion that courts need to be like a father figure. Courts need to be like a father figure because citizens cannot be orphaned during a pandemic. That's the last door you knock at during the pandemic. While our fundamental rights may not be suspended, your fundamental rights like the right to movement are greatly restricted. If you can't go to the executive, if the parliament is not functioning, if assemblies are not functioning, yes, the media has been doing a great job highlighting various excesses. The courts should really come to the rescue of the common man. And let the courts remember what Justice Krishna Iyer said. The Supreme Court, for instance, the Supreme Court is not final because it is infallible. It is infallible because it is final. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the wonderful session, the electrifying session from your side, sir. And we can expect maybe take one or two questions because of the urgency of the time. Okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Very good afternoon, sir. First of all, I would like to wish you a very happy Independence Day. And it was a very wonderful session that covered a lot of legal aspects that is happening in the present situation. So first of my question is, so initially the lockdown has resulted in snatching away the freedom of the citizens and granting unreasonable and authoritative power to the missionary. And I also would like to quote one of the cases that you mentioned in your talk, that is a Satangulam case, in which a heinous crime was committed, which can also be attributed towards this arbitrary power that is granted to the police officials. So in a similar way, in the Kerala government recently granted the autonomy to the police to check the phone records of any person just on the basis of a simple doubt of whether the patient is tested corona positive or not. So is this autonomy to peep into anyone's personal life without their consent violative of the fundamental right to privacy in some way?
Absolutely. Alisha, right?
Yes, sir.
Alisha, that's a very good question because, privacy after the Justice Puttasamy case, the Supreme Court in that landmark judgment held that privacy today is a fundamental right. Now, even prior to this, under the Telegraph Act, in order to go into somebody's phone records, you needed then a written authorization from the Union Home Secretary, a written authorization, whether to tap somebody's phone or go into their phone records. Right. A written authorization, and this was in cases of of suspected terrorism and several other very heinous crimes. There are certainly other ways of monitoring and keeping tabs on people. Yes, this is an unprecedented situation. And the last pandemic was in 1918, right? So this is absolutely unprecedented. And at least in the initial phase throughout the country, the police were being accused of excesses. But to be fair to them, they also had an unenviable task. Contact tracing was a huge challenge. They had to, the provisions of the Disaster Management Act had to be used. Please understand that even the Disaster Management Act of 2005 came after the tsunami of 2004. So if you look at the provisions of the Disaster Management Act, it was more to do with rehabilitation, evacuation of people. But the pandemic as such had not been factored into. In Tamil Nadu, you have the Tamil Nadu Public Health Act, which is a fairly comprehensive piece of legislation. But that said, I thought Kerala did a very good job initially. Later on, of course, they were accused of not doing enough testing. But I must say this, since your college is based in Kerala, I must say this, that, hats off to the people of Kerala, the way they handled the air crash. Without any hesitation, for so many people within an hour to go queue up, donate blood, and then to willingly undergo that, 14-day quarantine. Hats off to the people of Kerala. They've really shown us what fundamental duties, and I'm saying this on Independence Day, people of Kerala have shown the country what fundamental duties actually mean, and they've epitomized fundamental duties as model citizens. So hats off to all of you watching this from Kerala.
So thank you, sir. Alicia is a law student from OP General Law School, Delhi.
Oh, okay. Please say hello to my good friend, your Vice Chancellor, the youngest in the country, Professor Rajkumar. He was my junior in college.
Sure, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, Alina.
Not Alina, this is Mejabin here.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, Benjamin, I can hear you. Yes.
You have mentioned a situation where doctor's body were not given to their family, okay, and it is prohibiting our fundamental rights, and it is against it. Actually, as the situation and what is the account of challenges we might be facing due to like a dead body burial or like burning of dead body or the funeral was unknown that time, and the government was in a fear that whether it could spread through dead body or not. So that time, if government has taken that decision, or any time if government is taking this decision, as we are not known to about the safety of the dead body burial and something like that. So is it correct, like the motive of government was the safety, right? So is it like, how can you just say that it is violating our fundamental right that time, actually, because it is a pandemic
Okay,
time.
I think okay, pandemic, yes. Mejubuddin, I think you've not listened to my talk carefully. You got slightly mixed up in your facts.
Okay.
I did not say that the body was not handed over to the. I did not say that the body was not handed over to the family.
Okay.
All I said that the funeral processions were vandalized by a mob. Listen carefully. Let me finish. All I said was the funeral processions were vandalized by the mob. Two doctors' funeral processions. They were not allowed to be buried in a particular place, and they had to be moved to another place. I did not find fault with the government for doing this. It was a mob which did it. However, the government had a duty to create awareness among people that, and it was very clear, the government issued guidelines for the burial, disposal of dead bodies. Very clearly, they issued guidelines which very clearly said that it does not, COVID spreads through droplets. So therefore, a dead body doesn't cough or sneeze. A dead body doesn't cough or sneeze, right? So therefore, there's no question of transmission from a dead body. The only transmission is only during an autopsy. That also is to be done only when absolutely necessary, according to the guidelines. During an autopsy, the virus can spread from the lungs of the deceased person, and even there, they say the kind of, you should use blunt instruments to perform the autopsy. Embalming is not allowed, and therefore the urgency to bury the body at the fastest possible time. There again, even at the funeral, there were guidelines, not more than 20 people allowed at funerals. In the body bag, in fact, the family had the freedom to unzip the body to see the face for one last time. There were very pragmatic guidelines issued. So what I was saying is that the denial of a decent burial in accordance with religious rights was violative of Article 25 of the Constitution. Discriminating and preventing a person from being buried in a place under a misconception that it will spread a virus was a violation of Article 17 of the Constitution, which is untouchability. The right to life under Article 21 was violated because the right to life includes the right to a decent burial after your death as well. So there was the violation. I did not say that the body was not handed over to the relatives. The body was handed over to the relatives. In fact, in that particular case, since you asked me this question, the relatives, the family of the deceased, Dr. Simon Hercules, had made a request for reburial in accordance with Christian rites. That was, in fact, rejected by the government, saying that it would be dangerous. And even the High Court actually stopped short of granting relief, because they said that the parties before it were not the family members. Let the family members come. I'm sure family members perhaps not in a frame of mind for any sort of legal steps at that point. They were grieving and they were in a state of mourning. I hope I've answered you.
Sir, I am a Muslim, and in our religion till now, like day before yesterday, some of my known person passed away, and still the authority has not handed over the body, and they did the burial according to them. Actually, they are not handing over the body. Even the last we give bath to the dead body. So can we fight for such things, actually?
No, giving a bath is not allowed. Although it's even in my religion, they do that. In the Christian religion, I'm sure even the Hindus do that. Giving a bath is not allowed. But from my information, from my opinion, body should be handed over to the relatives, and handed over as in from the hospital. In many cases, they take them straight to the burial ground, to the cemetery, right? So it's not as if they bury the people without the relatives being around. If that is happening, then that's definitely a violation of constitutional rights, and that can be challenged in court through writ petitions. Not allowing the relatives to see the body and not having a decent burial is definitely a violation of fundamental rights.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your classic answers for the questions also. Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next speaker. So, follow, please.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving ahead towards the last session for the day. For that, we have with us Ms. Aditi Rale. She is currently the Director, Cloud Solution and Tech Strategy, ISV and Services Partners, Microsoft. She has also worked as the Director, Cloud Solutions, Director, Technical Evangelism and Lead Evangelist. She has worked as a Senior Consultant with Wipro Technologies and Marks & Spencer. She is known for her ability to pick up new technologies and build lasting customer relationships. She is a true techie pre-sales person that any organization would like to have. A very passionate person, always full of energy, always ready to take up challenges that comes her way. We are enlightened and privileged to have you amongst us today, ma'am. We take the opportunity to invite you to share your thoughts with us on the topic cloud technology and digital age.
Thank you so much, Hannah. That was a really, really nice introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So first of all, thank you everyone for inviting me to this forum, especially Professor Sampson. Thanks for getting in touch. I had the opportunity and privilege of listening in to my previous speakers, and clearly, you had a great set of topics and a great set of speakers. Mine is the last session of the day, so I'm really hoping that you guys are still energized. We'll keep it really simple. We will just talk technology and not talk of all the complexities that are around us today, hopefully. So let me just see if I can share my slides for you guys so it's easier for us to follow. Let me know if you can see my...
Yes, ma'am, it's sharing.
Okay, great. And I will put this in full screen mode. So... Okay. You can see this, right?
Right, ma'am.
Super. So let me start with this, right? I mean, clearly we're living in very unprecedented times. I mean, some of the stories that you heard from Sanjay were actually, it actually, gave me a little bit of goosebumps as he was talking through some of the situations. And then also it was great to listen to Dr. Christy Fernandez when he talked through all the work that is happening in from the government perspective. And also it was really nice to listen to Dr. Augustus talking about how corporates like ourselves are really helping employees, customers, partners, and so on and so forth. So clearly these are very, very unprecedented times. We've never been in these times before. I want to spend some time talking to you about how we have been able to address some of these situations that we've had, and also help our customers and partners move forward. So that's what I really want to talk to you about, and also think through what are those technologies that you need to start building skills on, or we all need to start upskilling ourselves on, whether we are existing employees or students like yourself that will come into the corporate world in a bit. So let me move on. See if I can actually put this in full screen. Right. Let me move on. Can you see the screen now?
Right, ma'am.
Right. So look at what is happening around us, right? There's a whole bunch of transformation that is going on today. If I need to I don't need to go to a doctor anymore for any of my common illnesses. Like if I have a stomach ache, or if I have a skin infection, everything is happening remote today. Unless you're in a dire situation, and unless it's something that absolutely needs intervention, doctors are doing remote telemedicine. Look at what is happening to yourselves. I'm sure all of you guys are learning, continuing your learning today remotely. You have your teachers, you have your professors online. Even in our world, in the corporate world, all of our communication has become remote. Our events, our learnings, our even selling to customers has become remote. In times where our customers used to absolutely insist that no, you have to come to my office and show me a demo of your product. Today, all of that is happening remotely. So the transformation that we've talked about in the last 3 or 4 hours has been real, and everything has really moved remote as we stand today, 5 months into the pandemic. However, this wasn't the situation normally. I mean, this wasn't easy to achieve. March 16th, when we went into a lockdown, there was complete panic around, especially in the corporate world, and of course everywhere, every business, every institution, there was a bit of a panic. But I will speak of my experience from the corporate world. There was complete panic because we had to figure out how to really stay in business, stay afloat, and give our employees the access for remote login. We had to worry about how to give plug into our organizations. How do you get stay connected to your employees, to your customers, to your vendors? How do you engage your employees? Because you would imagine a lot of us working from home, we're so used to coffee time conversations, or corridor conversations, or going together for a group of going together for some tea or some coffee downstairs. I'm sure you do that as well. As students get together in your break, go off for a little bit of a chit chat time. You're missing all of that. So how do you keep your employees and your students and your community engaged? So that was really top of mind. And then the most important thing in this whole connectivity world was, how do you actually ensure that all of this is secure? Because there are bad actors everywhere, and everybody's trying to sort of figure out how to take advantage of the situation, and in not exactly the right manner. So how do you make this secure, adhere to compliance guidelines, and adhere to regulations? So really, activating remote everything and securing remote everything have been two of our biggest imperatives in trying to get businesses back, get business to stay afloat, and get corporates to continue, their regular state of affairs. And then once we stabilize the situation, we also need to think about, what is it that we need to do as technologists? What do we need to do to ensure that we reimagine what the future looks like, and give our corporates, and give our businesses, and give our educational institutes the ability to handle this pandemic type situations in a much better way? Uh, Hopefully next time it never happens, but if a situation like this arises, then how do we really help them continue the current state of affairs? So really, to summarize, three imperatives in the world: activating remote everything, securing remote everything, and accelerating digital technologies, where all of us as technologists, as people who work in the industry, information technology industry, play a huge role. Let's deep dive into each one of these. So what does activating and securing everything, remote everything mean? First, I want to enable people to collaborate effectively, whether it is within their teams, whether it is within extended teams, whether it is in corporates like ourselves, or large organizations coordinating with customers outside of India, outside of their respective geographies, outside of time zones. That is one critical thing. Second, how do I manage secure access to apps, data, and devices? And third, how do I really help businesses become agile? How do I create very agile business processes for people to work productively and reduce dependency on people, on the technology folks, or on developers for that matter? So I want to deep dive into each one of these. Now, the context I will use is obviously Microsoft products, but every technology company, whether it is Microsoft or any of the big giants out there, are actually working towards building things that will make uh, these technologies available to everybody, anywhere, anyone, anytime, and with security in place. So let's look at the first one, which is how do I enable people? So for us, the platform for enabling collaboration and productivity is Teams. It's called the Microsoft Teams. Hopefully, you might be using it or you might want to use it eventually, but that is what we have, Microsoft Teams. Right now, what has happened over the last 5 months? In fact, we had Satya Nadella come up at one of our events sometime in June, July, and he said that we've seen 2 years of digital transformation happening in 2 months. So when we were going out to people and telling them that, look, you have to grow your businesses exponentially, you have to adopt digital technologies, you have to adopt cloud, you have to really rethink. And it took effort because it's a mind share shift that we're trying to drive in the industry. They were coming back to us after the pandemic lockdown happened saying, guys, we need help. You've been talking to us about digital technologies. Please help us. How do we get there? So whether it is video calling, whether it is collaboration, whether it is live events, whether it is like such as the one that we're currently having, whether it is simple chats, whether it is integrating all your office components into one workspace for Excel, for Word, etc. We created this platform called Teams, and today we've got almost 75 million active users on Teams on a daily basis. So that's the kind of transformation that we've seen without really putting in the effort that we would have if this pandemic wouldn't have happened. The other interesting thing that has happened is people have started leveraging some of these technologies that we're talking about. I don't know if I can use pointer here. Just one second. Yeah. I don't know if, people have started using some of these technologies, some of these APIs, and started creating applications of their own that integrate these technologies into their own applications, making those applications more productive and more secure, of course, in the process. So we've seen a lot of that, and that is a very different skill set that you need. It's a very different way of thinking that, hey, I've been developing on with PHP and with Java, and I'll create bespoke applications. But now you have the ability to even take these platforms and integrate into your own applications and make those applications much richer and much productive and collaborative for the situation that we're in. So let's talk about the second bit, which is around managing secure access to apps, devices, and data. Look at what is happening around us, right? When I was told to work from home, we have, I had my corporate device. I came back home with my corporate device. I connected to my home network and started accessing the system. Fair enough. We hired somebody new in the team. It's been 8 months, so obviously we can't not fulfill our positions, right? So we hired somebody new in the team. That person says, look, I had to give away my laptop or my device to my previous employer. I don't have anything to work on. Do you have a remote laptop? Yes. I mean, do you have a laptop of your own? Yes, but it's a personal device. Can Microsoft or you as an organization trust that personal device? We had to create provision to be able to trust that personal device, right? Third, can I be confident as an IT organization of Microsoft, be confident that when this person accesses my resources remotely, intranet resources, we will not be infringing on IP, and we will not be infringing on data, and we will be still protecting our data. So these are some of the considerations we have to take in place to make sure that our technologies adapt quickly to security of apps, devices, and data. So what did we do? We did two things. First, we started with identity as the common plane. So you pick a person's identity, you create the identity in the cloud, and that identity then has access to certain things that they can see, certain things they cannot see, certain applications they can use, certain applications they cannot use. And I'm just going to be conscious of time as we progress. So keep a watch on the clock as well. So all of these things, happen with one common identity. And then you can also, with that identity in place, you can also put in additional security features such as multi-factor authentication. When a person logs into my secure resources, I want to make sure that I also authenticate that person and authorize that person using another token device. It could be phone, it could be an actual device, it could be anything. Similarly, I want to make sure that by mistake, if I've sent a document out to you, because your name meets with is the same as somebody as my colleague internally, I have the ability to pull that document back and make sure that the document link expires for you immediately. So these are some of the use cases we can actually put together when you take identity as your common control plane. So that's the first thing we did. We told all of our customers, you have to make sure that each employee within your organization has an identity, and that identity should reside on the cloud. And using that cloud identity, we will manage the entire secure remote access to your applications. The second thing we did was two things actually from an infra perspective. We said, how do I ensure that we create virtualization for your desktop? So for example, you don't have a laptop that is, maybe high end to start accessing information or resources, or even installing things like a Visual Studio or some other development environment. Never mind, you have a dumb terminal, that's great, good enough. We will provision a virtual desktop for you, which will be secure, and you will get access to your entire environment using some of the identity parameters we talked about earlier. So there was this whole motion around desktop virtualization, and you won't believe this, over 2 weeks we landed about 100,000 seats of desktop virtualizations for corporates in India. So where this was absolutely at maybe 500, 600 seats, people are not using it, they were just moving to the cloud. We moved that to 100,000 seats. So that is how, you should understand the complexity of the situation, or the intensity of the situation we were in, and how we were able to help them address it. The second thing we did was create a what we call as the Microsoft Endpoint Manager. Create an endpoint manager facility to do zero touch provisioning. You bring in a new person, that new person has their own laptop. We configure that using just a set of identity related parameters and constraints that I talked about earlier to just completely provision their device. And then we are done. So you don't need the IT to be there. The IT doesn't have to be worried that, hey, I have not personally configured this device. I don't know if it is secure enough. I don't know if the policies are all in place. Zero touch provisioning takes care of all of these complexities for you. And that is exactly how we manage to get our people up to speed. The third element that was super crucial for our organizations was, how do I enable productivity for my business and reduce dependency on the IT team, because the IT team is super busy right now and trying to get my infrastructure up and ready. So we needed to create a very agile infrastructure for business processes. So somebody from the marketing organization wants to create a marketing campaign. They are today 100% dependent on developers to do that. But if the developers can enable them with a low-code platform, the marketing team can become productive themselves. Similarly, recently our own finance team wrote a Power App for us to ask monies from them for certain critical projects. Earlier, this would be a very collaborative process. We would get onto calls, and then somebody else would, approve things, and a lot of business flows would happen. But today it happens via just an app. Now, our own internal vacation system is a very old kind of an application. And we thought, instead of modernizing that application, why don't we just let our HR team create a Power App for us, so that we can put in our vacations and our managers can approve them as needed. So this whole low code platform and the concept of citizen developers is really, really taking shape right now. It's coming to life today because of the situation that the pandemic is offering to us. So to a certain extent, with all the negativities that we see in the stories that are coming out in the industry, there is technology to support businesses to create credible outcomes because of this pandemic. And I want to be very conscious when I say that it's not a situation we want to be in, but it is also a situation to help our businesses stay afloat and not die. In fact, I have come across many startups, many ISPs in the conversations we've had over the last 5 months that have shut shop because they've not been agile enough. And then you see examples of big baskets and the a travel company that I don't think I can name, but those guys have really taken advantage of the situation and reimagine how their business should be, and created models, newer revenue lines using some of these technologies that we talked about. And that's what we're really aiming for. We want to ensure that our businesses are so agile, our organizations are so agile that they can continue to create new revenue lines in any situation that they're currently in. So these are really the three things when we talk about remote everything and securing remote everything. However, as technologists, you and and I'm hoping a lot of you are from the computer engineering or computer science background, do have a huge role to play in making sure that the acceleration of digital technologies happen. Everything I talked about in the last 5 or 6 minutes has been around, and I see somebody really experimenting with the, laser pointers and the markers out here. Have fun, no problem. The acceleration of this technology the technology that I talked about is 100% powered by the cloud. The kind of compute capacity that you have on the cloud, you can never have it on-prem. Like I said, we've seen 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months, but we've also seen new compute capacity equivalent to 10 years of what it was in just about 2 or 3 months. That kind of compute capacity, just imagine, placing the order with the hardware vendor will take about 6 months to come back to you. By the time this pandemic would be over, we'd go back to our normal life and we would have lost a lot of businesses in the process. So this is not possible without the cloud technologies that we all have to offer. For Microsoft, it is Azure. Azure does infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and a whole bunch of innovation around what we've done with serverless and things like that. But I'm not going to talk to you about Azure today. I'm just going to talk to you about what we need to do to make sure that this transition is real for our organizations. So let me just build this slide up, right? Okay, and sorry, let's talk through this slide. So moving to the cloud is a mindset shift. A lot of times we encounter, hey, but I'm going to lose control. You're not going to lose control because you're going to just shift your control from on-premise to the cloud. Hey, I'm going to lose jobs. You're not going to lose jobs. You're just going to have to reskill your existing skills to the newer skills. And reskilling, like Dr. Augustus said in the beginning today, is a given. You cannot be like, for example, I've been in the industry for 22 years. I can't live and survive in this industry anymore with the knowledge I gained in my engineering school about 22 years ago. That knowledge is irrelevant now. So every 6 months you have to reskill yourselves. Every week you have to learn about new technologies that are coming to the fore, and that is a mindset shift that we need to drive within your organizations as well. So how does this journey actually happen? You take your on-prem environment. The first thing you do is you lift and shift to the cloud. You take your virtual machines, your physical hardware, move it to the cloud. The next thing you do is you create what we call as scalable infrastructure or immutable infrastructure, and you create something called infrastructure as code, wherein physically you don't have to create new VMs based on the demand that you're expecting. If you can configure elements such as, if you are at 80% utilization, spin off a new VM. You could be sleeping in the night and somebody might be accessing your environment, and your environment is so intelligent now that they could actually create the spin off a machine on their own. You could also create alerts to say that if I fall below 50%, reduce one VM. That way you're also saving a whole bunch of cost for your company, for your organization, for your institute, when you make your infrastructure so agile. But that's not where it stops. The next step you want to do is to figure out how to refactor this entire thing and use the cloud native features of containers, of service fabric, of service mesh, of microservices, and rethink how your infrastructure should be modernized, how your application should be modernized, and how you can really embrace the whole cloud native components. And that's what we refer to as moving to PaaS, moving to serverless. So the journey goes from your on-prem, you move to the cloud as infrastructure as service, and then you modernize and refactor and re-engineer to become, to take into consideration platform as a service and serverless platforms. So that's how the evolution takes place, and that's what we will need all of us to rescale ourselves on. Uh, Finally, I also want to say that look, this journey is not going to be easy. People are not going to be getting up suddenly and saying, hey, this thing has happened, so let me just move to the cloud so that I'm future safe tomorrow. They're going to have to do this journey steadily and slowly. They're going to have to look at my on-prem, my hybrid situation, which is basically some on-prem, some on cloud, and then to the cloud. So if you have to enable this hybrid situation, you need to have commonality between what you do on-prem and what you do on the cloud. And to build that commonality, we've ensured that your identity is common across on-prem and on cloud. Your infrastructure has a certain bit of commonality between what you can do on-prem, what you can do on cloud, from a management layer, from a security layer. Your databases, your the languages that you use to write code, the languages that you use to the processes and the workflows that you use, there is a certain bit of commonality between what you have on-prem, what you have on cloud. So this journey can be smoothened out. You can move from on-prem to cloud with a hybrid story in the between, and then it takes about 6 or 7 months to understand that yes, cloud works, and I'm not doing a big bang approach, and I'm very steadily moving everybody to the cloud. It is seamless for my users, it is seamless for my IT organizations, it is seamless for my citizen developers. So that's how we move to the cloud consistently from on-prem. So keeping these two things in mind, let's look at some of the technologies that is really powering these scenarios that we talked about. Identity we spoke about. I'll bucket this into really 5 components. One is the core infrastructure, which is the infra as a service, which is server migrations, whether it's Windows Server, whether it is Linux Server, it is virtualization, and so on and so forth. So that is the core cloud component. The second component is around data estate modernization. So here we're talking about taking all the BI that you've created in the past, moving it to the cloud, and figuring out how to really bring insights and intelligence out of that BI or out of that data that you've collected using cognitive services, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So with BI, what you do is you look at past data and you make certain decisions. With intelligence, what we're trying to say is you have the past data. Can I also predict what the future will look like basis the past data, and give you some recommendations basis which you will make suggestions? So it's almost like creating a artificial intelligence in your data systems and modernizing that to say what your businesses will look like future, and then enabling you to take corrective actions today so that your future looks a little different. So this always reminds me of the Terminator movies. If the interventions that the future Terminators had in the process actually helped us. And I don't even know if young people in the audience have seen Terminator, but I would encourage you to do so as a movie. And then finally, the third pillar I would talk about is application modernization. So using low-code platforms, using cloud-native features, how do you really re-engineer applications for the cloud? And the fourth pillar is around agile development philosophies using DevOps. See, in today's world, the way we develop is really about I write code and then somebody else from the operations team goes and deploys code. Many times what I write and what is in the production is very different. I want to create an environment where I can do continuous delivery and continuous integration. That is the first pillar of DevOps. Right? So we want to integrate DevOps into our entire application philosophy, right from development, right from infrastructure, right up to the code. And finally, the fifth pillar is around security and threat protection. Whether it is endpoint, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is applications, whether it is data, if you don't put a security layer, if you don't put a threat protection layer, if you don't put a compliance layer that caters to regulations, whether it is the HIPAA compliance for health, or whether it is the European compliance bodies or Indian owned regulations around compliance and privacy, data privacy protection, will not be able to make this successful in the cloud. So, many times we get this concern saying, is my data secure in the cloud? Where does your data reside? Can you give me access to where the data resides? And can I do an audit on how you manage infrastructure? All of that is possible. Your data is secure because it is your environment in the cloud, and we don't mix environments. Your data is also catering to countries' laws because it is resident in India. It is not resident outside, and so on and so forth. And this is true of every other geography that Azure works in and other cloud providers work in. Now, behind all of these digital technologies and solutions, we have a very strong foundation of what needs to happen. How do I really move to the cloud? I have to strategize, I have to plan, I have to build readiness for my team. I have to take a slow and steady step to adoption. Then I need to put a whole bunch of governance layer, and I'll explain what I mean governance. Say you have an institute, educational institute, that have 5 different departments. You have the electrical department, the computer department, and then you have, maybe law and other areas. Now, the electrical and the computer department is going to start using cloud first because they have to learn it, and therefore they're going to increase their spend on the cloud there. Whereas the Department of Law is probably just going to give you an overview, and they might not really require to use cloud except for a little bit. So 2 departments are generating $100 or 5,000 rupees, whereas the law department is giving only $100. So as the dean of the college, you might want to figure out how you distribute funds and get the funds back from these departments that are working. So that is the governance layer that we're talking about. You apportion cost of the usage of the cloud. You change from typically what is called as CapEx model to OpEx model, which means you don't do upfront investments in technology. You only spend as you go. You only pay as you go. And all of this governance and management is going to be the foundation of how people move to the cloud. So with that, I will take just one more slide to talk about how you matter and how all of us matter. Our tech intensity matters the most, and it matters the most because we are at the pinnacle or at the crux of making this transformation real and making it happen for our customers, partners, organizations, institutes, whatever you call it. So first of all, I'd say, guys, invest in your learning. What you're learning in school today is good, but you will need to expand your horizons to learn about the current, latest and digital technologies, everything that I talked about in the past. You will have to, carve out time to make that happen. Second, you have to not just learn, you also have to build your credibility by taking certifications to make that happen. How do I know that you really know cloud? You would only know cloud if you take certification to say that, look, I'm cloud certified. Second, start applying that, or rather increase the mastery of your craft in the sense that go deep into an area. If you understand infrastructure really well, get deep into infrastructure, think about what is immutable infrastructure, think about infrastructure as code, think about how you can really help modernize infra. If you're a developer, get deep into cloud native development, understand what these parameters are, what is service mesh, what is service fabric that Azure has to offer to you, what is Kubernetes, how do you orchestrate Kubernetes, what are containers, how is it different from virtual machines. So get into the real depth and finally apply that in the projects that you're doing today, whether it's your final year or whether it's your internship or whether if you're starting off something from an entrepreneurship journey. Try and incorporate and apply these today to your applications, and then you will know how things really work and what kind of challenges you really face when you go through this whole journey. So that's why I'm saying, guys, that our tech intensity matters the most. At Microsoft, we are asked to skill ourselves and take certifications literally every 6 months. So every 6 months, it's like, I like to call it, and I tell my team this, it's like conditions of employment. You certify yourself or you don't have a job. So my team does it, I do it, my peers do it, and this goes right up to the CEO of the organization. It goes right up the chain. Everybody's required to certify themselves. It's not just the lower end of the organization. So with that, all I'll say, guys, is thank you very much. We are all in this together. I'm happy to take any questions if you have, but please realize that digital technologies is going to be the new normal. We've done our bit to help people stay afloat and restart. But you guys are really going to be the next generation that is going to reimagine this future. I also want to wish all of you a very happy Independence Day. We're all hoping that the generations to come will really make India a great place to live in, to work in, and more importantly, attract investments from outside countries so that we don't have to go abroad and we get more and more share of mind from the world. So good luck to you guys, and I really hope you live up to what our expectations of the new generation is.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. We have really enjoyed the cloud technology, the new emerging trends in the whole technology from your side. I think we have got a couple of questions, maybe, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Garima, you are.
Ma'am, first of all, I would like to thank you for making us aware of how the digital technologies and cloud technology is facilitating our day-to-day work. And ma'am, one question that I would like to ask is, since cloud technology is kind of promoting more of automation in the industry, so is it not eliminating the number of job opportunities in the IT industry?
Not at all, Garima. Absolutely not. You're right in terms of, and I think Dr. Augustus also referred to this because I joined in when he was talking to this. What will be eliminated is repetitive jobs. What will not be eliminated is niche skills. And I'm going to give you a quick example of this. I was talking to one of our customers who is into oil rigs, so you know the names that will come to your mind. Unfortunately, I won't use the names, but these are people who go to certain areas where they expect oil to be and they start digging to figure out if there is oil. And these are large Indian corporations. And we were talking to the gentleman and he said, we have to create a device to make this better. And of course, as Microsoft, as technologies, we went with all these fancy ideas. And what the gentleman told us was very interesting. It was like an eye opener for us. He said, how we figure out if there is oil in the earth or not? We actually put our ear to the earth, right? And then we listen to certain sounds. And then we figure out how much we need to dig to go to get the oil here. Now, this kind of absolute specialized skill set isn't going anywhere. Our AI technologies, our automation technologies are far, far, far away from getting to this level of precision that human beings bring to the table. But I will also say this, that if you are going to learn rudimentary skills, those jobs will not exist. You have to continue to up-level yourselves, upskill yourselves, look at what new technologies are coming through, and then be ready for that. And this is not just about technical skills. This is also about non-technical skills. Automation isn't going to take away the job of this gentleman that I talked about who puts his ear to the ground. But you have to reskill yourself.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much.
Once again, thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful section. Okay. For the time, let's winding up the program. The best and beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt by heart. Thank you is one such prayer among them. Now it's time to all the respected faculties, participants who are gathered here. For that, we invite a personality, a motivational speaker, a true guide who ignites the positive. We would like to take this opportunity to invite our Dean Research and
in between there is, I think, a couple of observations from the participants. I would invite the observers maybe for a couple of observations, maybe before the vote of thanks.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So, first of all, I would like to thank MIIM and UNDP for organizing this talk, and it was a very insightful and informative sessions overall. All these 7 speakers, we had a chance to listen to different topics from, especially during the pandemic, and also other things like even topics like spirituality and how the humanity is affecting, how the humanity is taking charge of things. It was overall a very wonderful experience. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Nikita. Nikita is a student in University of Hyderabad, and I think we can request one more observation from participants, 1 or 2 more. We have got a couple of observations. 1 minute is maximum. Anybody else? Not there. Anybody can give a kind of observation? Anybody would like to give observation? Can you comment on this thing? We can give one more.
All are hungry, it seems, Professor Samson. Okay.
Okay, fine. And I think most of the people are all in a hurry to leave. Okay, now then, if seeing none, maybe the observations from the participants will go straight away for the vote of thanks. So it's high time. I think we were holding you all for maybe more than 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So maybe in absence of His Excellency, Marjosh Pulikal, Bishop of Kanarapalli, Honorable Bishop of Kanarapalli, and Dr. Dixon, the Executive Director of UNADAP, our very beloved Principal, Father G.M. Sarian Parur, and Mrs. Aditi Relay, all other speakers. I think they are not present here right now. I just want to make a very brisk vote of thanks just because of the reason that people are living in a hurry to leave for the lunch. Maybe that's the reason. Okay. So it's our great pleasure to see you all here for this wonderful program. We really enjoyed all the speaker sessions. All were very vibrant sessions, very dynamic sessions, which imparted a lot of knowledge, a lot of information, and everything from all the speakers. All speakers did a wonderful job from the area where they spoke well. Okay. So we would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to our Honorable Bishop of Kanarapalli, His Excellency Marjosh Pulikal, for inaugurating this session, the Management Summit, and inaugurating our own MOOC platform, Marian Coach Arena, which is going to be a revolution, one of the path breakers in the coming days from Marian International Institute of Management, where you can all learn a lot of things from, say, IIM, maybe online, not coming to our campus also. So I really thank our Honorable His Excellency Marjosh Pulikal for the same thing. And we express our deep sense of gratitude to Professor Dr. Ridwan Sanjaya, who was the guest of honor for the session, and who spoke maybe during the opening ceremony from all the way from Indonesia. Sogi Pranada University, Catholic University from Semarang. So thanks to Dr. Ridwan Sanjaya, and thanks to the honorable speakers like Executive Director of UNADAP, Dr. Dominic Dixon, who spoke on India First, the foreign public policy, spoke about the relevance of India and its diplomacy. And thanks to Dr. John Storm, who spoke on free will of man, maybe who spoke all things about humanity, the relevance here right now in this pandemic time. Thanks to Dr. Christy Fernandez, the former Principal Secretary to President, for conveying a lot of messages or giving us a lot of inputs from what government is doing, the management of governance during the pandemic. And so we are very much grateful to Dr. C from Bajaj University, Kuala Lumpur, who spoke about the leadership qualities and say what is in it for a leader, or how leaders should act, or how he should take charge in this kind of pandemic periods. And again, we have got a lot of sense of gratitude to express our deep sense of gratitude to Mr. Advocate Sanjay Pinto, who spoke on legal remedies, an electrifying session, speaking on various what is happening in the whole world, maybe across India, taking a lot of examples from Tamil Nadu, who gave us a lot of examples in legal affairs. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay, and Mrs. Aditi Rale, who spoke on digital cloud technology. So information technology, how it is showing us the way to making us more relevant and more efficient in this period of pandemic. In this period, maybe you can see it's not a war room where the pandemic is there, but we are behaving as if we are again united together, maybe from relevant platform, maybe from distant platforms, maybe through online platforms. That how it is shown here also through this particular management summit, and express our deep sense of gratitude to our very beloved principal who was motivating everybody to do whatever is possible, maybe to attract people, to give maximum to the general public through this kind of platforms. And obviously, Marian International Institute of Management is doing a lot of things in this direction, using these online platforms, maybe through webinars, maybe through this kind of management summits, and a lot of other talk sessions and talk shows and motivational talks and everything. I express our very heartfelt thanks to all faculty members, all our students, alumni. I can see a lot of alumni sitting in front of us. So we express our thanks to everybody who is present here, all well wishes, all the scholars who are present here, registered participants. I think the certificate will be straight away reaching you once you have filled in the feedback form also, and once you have done registration form also. So thank you very much. Maybe you can expect a lot of other sessions also. Maybe we have got tomorrow we have got a session from Mr. Bibin Raj, the civil servant, on a motivational session on how to take maximum or find out the tip of iceberg from your life also. A directional kind of a talk you can expect evening tomorrow. So thank you very much. Thank you once again. I think the feedback form is already shared. You can submit the feedback forms. And if you have got any particular feedbacks in the chats, you can share it in the chat, and you can watch the video in the Facebook. I have shared the link right now, maybe a couple of minutes back. We have shared the link also. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your questions, listening. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we are going to end the meeting. Bye then. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Yeah. How is the city there? You are going to university right now? Andrew, you are muted. Thank you very much. Bye then. Saraswati സാറേ unmute ചെയ്തോ?
Unmute ചെയ്തു. കേൾക്കാവോ?
You are listening. You are here. I could see you. കാണാൻ.
നല്ല സെഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ ഒഫീഷ്യലി കമന്റ് പറയാതിരുന്ന പിള്ളേരൊക്കെ പറയട്ടെ എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചോണ്ടാ. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for arranging this meeting.
Thank you.
Please inform me if you have further meetings. I'll try to attend whatever be the situation.
Pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Okay. See you.
Thank you. See you later.